everyone, my name is Katie and welcome to my channel, the Greenland Quilter. I hope everybody is having a great day today and so far a great week. I wanted to say thank you for all of the lovely birthday wishes that I've gotten between YouTube and my Facebook group. There's so many. Oh my goodness, y'all made my day brighter yesterday, especially since, you know, Nikolaj's at sea and I'm by myself. So thank you so much for that. Tonight I'm going to be working on my Delilah puzzle mystery clue, and I'll be working on clue 3 here. I've already done clue 1, and I'll show you clue 1 at later in the live. And I don't have clue 2 because it's not here yet. I have gaps in my shipping of the clues, not because of cotton cuts, but because the mailing system is so crappy right now and it's just affecting everything. So hello to whoever is in the channel. I can't see who it is, but welcome. So what I'll do is I'm just going to start working on the clues. And also I wanted to mention that we have tomorrow I'll be working on my Magnolia collaboration blocks, along with probably more PMQ, more than likely, or I'll do probably it'll be Magnolia along with Star Climber and more PMQs for the next 2 days after today, because we have 5 Saturdays this month, so we have the 5th Saturday on Saturday, so that's a great time to work on doing extra work that you wouldn't have another week to do. So there's that. So anyway, let's get started, and I hope I have some people in here soon, because right now it's kind of scary. There's no one in here. Definitely scary. I don't know what to say. So if and when someone comes in the channel, please let me know you're here, because right now there's no one in here. This is going to make me cry. Okay, let's get started. Enough of this. All right. So this is what my Delilah looks like. This is the colorway. And so what I'm going to, and what this is what each month we get a clue that looks like this. Yeah. And then on the back, it gives you instructions on how to put it together. So we're going to start with a square. This is the first PMQ that I've seen these big of squares in them. So it's going to be fun doing that. So let's go ahead and get started on sewing that. I need my scissors. Where are my scissors? Hi, Rose. Welcome. And hey, Lynn Quilts, welcome. You're from Texas. Where are you from, Raina? Is it Raina or Rena? Let me know which way's the correct way. The short sound E or the long sound E? Let me know. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying a few minutes ago, I'm going to be working on clue 3 of my Delilah Wild West from Cotton Cuts. If you don't know what who Cotton Cuts is, or what a PMQ is, I can go ahead and explain what a PMQ is. PMQ stands for Puzzle Mystery Quilt. And every month we get a clue with what's to be expected in the clue and what you're going to have as a finished clue for that month. And I'm sorry, let me do it like this. Yeah. So, and then on the back, you have instructions on what to do. And I need to do something real quick. I need to set a setting or view. Okay. Yeah, now I can see No, yep. So anyway, that's what this is, and I'm sorry if that seems a little organized. I am unorganized. I'm not. I'm just having trouble today. That's all. I seem to be in a brain fog. Anyway, so the first clue wants you to sew a half triangle onto this square here. And that's what we're going to do. We have to make 2 of them. So we'll continue on with that. Hey, Misty, welcome, welcome. When more gets in here, I'll re-announce everything I've already said. Move my keyboard out of the way. Okay, now we're going to do the second one. Hey, Robin, welcome, welcome. I'm in Arkansas, so it's pronounced as if there is 2 E's. Okay, Rena, gotcha. Thank you for telling me that. That's what I wanted to know. Because I've gotten more, I try not to assume without asking. Because sometimes when you say someone's name wrong, I notice that sometimes people don't say, that's not how you say my name. And to me, I would rather be correct on saying it because, that's being respectful. And I never ever want to offend anyone. Okay, so now I have sewn the 2 half triangles on here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to finger press it first with my fingers. And then I'm going to use my little seam roller here to press, to give it a little bit more stability. And I need one. Okay. And then number 2. And then what I like to do is I'm a open seam presser. So I'm going to go ahead and turn these over and finger press and use my seam roller. And then I will be pressing these with the iron after I get the other 2 sides put on. And then I'll take it over to the iron. That way there's not an empty screen because I don't have a wingman today. Hey, Dawn, how are you doing? Misty says she is doing the small mystery with cotton cuts tomorrow. Which one are you doing, Mitzi? And what's tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's Saturday. No, tomorrow's Friday. Darn it. I don't know why I thought it was tomorrow. Because let's see, what's today's date? Yeah, because Saturday, there's a mystery going on. And I will try to give more information Friday about that. Hey, Denise. Denise, did you get your block finished for the hidden bear paw block? Did you get it finished? Because I don't remember if I saw a picture of it or not. Unless it's the wrong Denise. Okay, so now I've sewn a half triangle on one side. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is we're going to take this same color half triangle here. Let me grab two of them. And what we're supposed to do is we are supposed to put one on this side. Wait a minute. So medium triangles. Okay, so these are the mediums. All right, so we're switching to a different size block now. Or I mean triangle. So now we're going to be sewing medium-sized ones on. So basically, I'll show you with an example of one. We're going to put one like this on this side. And then the second one is going to go on this side. And you're going to have this half triangle. That's what we're making. So what I'm going to do is I like to find the center of my block. That way I can make sure I line this triangle up right. You know, where you don't have to be perfect. You do you. I've already got a crease here in the middle, and I'm going to gently put a crease in the middle of these triangles, because remember, when you cut these triangles, they become biased. So you want to try not to stretch your triangle while you're messing with it. And then I'm going to just pin it on here. Wait a minute, hang on a second. I need to make sure I got this lined up right. Okay. And then you're just going to line everything up. Hey, hello, Andy. Welcome, welcome. Yep, I am working on this. Got lots to do. Some of I got mail yesterday, or no, day before yesterday. So there was some of my missing Wild West blocks in those, and there looks like there's still some more mail stuck in Kangerlussuaq. So not Kangerlussuaq, sorry, Copenhagen, and because of that, you know, some of the stuff I should have already gotten still stuck somewhere. So, but at least I can work on my Wild West a little bit. This is clue 3, not clue 2, because clue 2 still not here. So yeah, I'm like, it's interesting how things are getting split apart. So, and it's not Cotton Cut's fault. It's the mailing system coming from the United States is what the issue is. So, and it's been pretty bad since the pandemic. I don't know why it's been so bad, but it has. So I like to pin that way things are not moving. And I will share a link for the cotton cuts and the, yeah, I can share the PMQ now because I think I have that in my bot. PMQ. This is where you can find more information about the puzzle mystery. The mystery I'm doing is called M50. Yeah, that's Saturday. And I'm going to participate because I am doing the M50 from my stash because I would not have had enough time to get the pre-cuts that Cotton Cut was offering for the M50 because it's taken too long for anything to get here. So I'm going to do it for my boutique stash. I'm pretty excited about that. These triangles are really big. Okay, so I've sewn this first one on. That doesn't look right. Okay, so sew a small D to one side. Then it says sew medium D. Something, oh, maybe I know what I did. Guess who sewed it on the, oh my goodness. I'll go ahead. I need to take this off because I sewed this on the wrong side. This is like, see, remember, most of y'all know that I'm a bit angle challenged. And sometimes I make mistakes. And I just made one. So you get to see me make mistakes because when it comes to triangles, oh my gosh, they tease me constantly. All right, so I had sewn the triangle on the wrong side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what it's the right side supposed to look like. And then we'll go from there, okay? And I'll fix the other one. Oh, it's too funny when I make these mistakes. I got where I just have to laugh about it because I know I'm going to do it. I always do. There's no way around it. I get confused with these triangles. Okay, but remember, don't be pulling on your triangles when you're doing this. Did the bot share? Yes, it did. Good, good. That link is for learning about what the PMQ is if you don't know what it is. It's a really great program. especially if you just want to learn how to sew blocks or squares and triangles and stuff together without. It's a program where you don't have to do any measuring or cutting. You just sew, follow based on the clues. And it's I don't have, I'm not an ambassador of the PMQ, so I'm not, if you decide to join it, you know, you can do that. I'm not pressuring you to do that. I don't know if they have any leftover spots for the newest PMQ that's going to start or has already started, which is Flyaway, but they may still have some openings for that if you decide you want to. Now, what I'm going to do is I've got to rip this out. So first thing, we're going to get out the seam ripper. I knew something was wrong. I should have realized it when I realized this was overhanging too much. Okay, let me see who else is here. The mystery I'm doing is called M50. That's what Misty says. And then, hey, Shelby. Hey, Katie. I hope you had a nice birthday. I'm just listening in today. Hey, Shelby. Yeah, everybody made my birthday good yesterday because I could not believe my Facebook or YouTube. It was blowing up yesterday. And I spent a couple hours saying thank you to everyone that wished me a happy birthday. Someone made a comment, why don't you just do it overall? And I'm like, no, they took the time in their busy day to wish me a happy birthday. And I do this every year. I make sure I say thank you to every person that wished me a happy birthday because they didn't have to do that, but they did. And to me that made my day. And there was a lot of them. I think I had, I don't know, close to 70 birthday wishes in my Facebook. There was a lot of them in the Greenland Quilter Facebook group, and then there was a bunch of them over here on my YouTube. So I want y'all to know that I thank you for that, making my day yesterday. And I appreciate all of y'all. This is a wonderful group, a wonderful community, and I love how we all, reach out to each other and help make each other's day. That means so much to me. And if I sound a little shaky today, I don't know what the deal is today. I had some sleep, so I don't think that's the issue. So I don't know what the problem is today. Maybe it's just nerves. Probably what it is, nerves. And I don't have a wingman today. Maybe that's part of it too. That's probably what it is. I'm so used to someone sewing with me, and I don't have anyone today. So I put a poll up at the top of the chat. Y'all go and answer the poll. It'd be interesting to see what y'all have, which one gets the most votes. And if you feel like it, comment in the channel why you voted on that particular one, if you don't mind, so we can keep the chat moving. And also tell me how your day was today. Did you have a good day? What you've been doing today? Are you working on a project? Tell us, talk to us. Hey, Kristen, welcome. And thank you and I want to thank Andy and Kristen for joining me on the 2 lives the last 2 days. I really appreciate y'all for doing that. And also for those of you who have a channel, I'm fixing to post a link and y'all can share your channel links here in the live. You're more than welcome to do that. Okay, let me put that back up there. All right, so let's get this other one sewn on. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to finger press. And I still sewed it the wrong way. Oh my gosh, we're going to have fun with this clue today. Y'all bear with me. I'll get my stuff together at some point and not make these mistakes. I don't know why I feel off today, but I do. I almost thought about not having the live today. And then I'm like, nope, I am not going to let this stop me just because I don't feel like it. It's not that I don't feel like it. I don't know. I don't feel right today. And I think it's because I am stressed. And you're probably, well, what are you stressed out about? Things going on around us. The peace that I'm so used to seeing here in Greenland is not peaceful right now, and it's not the people that's causing it, it's at the outside world that's causing it. And I'm not the only person in Greenland that feels this way right now. We all are very, very uncomfortable. We're worried. We're, yeah, and a lot of them are scared, and I don't blame them. And every time I go to the town, I'm worried that someone might decide that they're angry enough to give me a hard time because I am an American citizen. So, and I know y'all don't want to hear any of this, but y'all gonna have to give me a little grace during this time frame because I live here and everything that happens here affects me too. And we shouldn't be having to live in fear. And right now, all of us are. And it's sad. Okay. Thank you, Misty, for subscribing to Andy's channel. Y'all go over and subscribe to both Kristen's and Andy's if you don't mind. Misty says I'm supposed to be making carrot drawstring bag bunnies. Oh, that sounds fun for my grandchildren, but I'm not feeling it. Yeah, I know what you mean about not feeling it. Let me see. Anyone else comment on what they've been doing today? Not yet. So tell me what you've been doing today or this week, or tell me if something cool has gone on this week, or if you've had I don't know, even if you've had a bad week, you can tell me. Share what you've been doing with me. It's kind of strange that there's not very many people in here today, so that has me concerned on top of it. Because usually there's more people in here, and today there doesn't seem to be hardly any in. I hope I didn't offend someone. I really hope not. Goodness, that would be frightening. All right. So I had to fix that, and I have to resew it, and I bet you I sewed this one on wrong too. Yep, I sure did. Y'all get to laugh at my expense. Okay, let's get this one ripped out too and start again. Yep, sometimes this happens with me in triangles. I don't know what it is about triangles, but and the funny thing is I actually like triangles. So I don't dislike and I don't want to use hate because hate's not the right word. I don't dislike doing triangles, definitely not. It just frustrates me because for whatever reason I get them turned around and when I shouldn't. Other people just puts them on like there's no tomorrow. I mean, something to do with the angles, I think is what it is. Vicky says, I feel you, friend. This world is weird lately, and it puts us in a funk sometimes. Make sure you take care of you, girl. I just cleaned my kitchen and walked my dog. Yeah, I'm not. I sat last night, after the live, and yesterday was my birthday, and I'm so thankful for still being in the world. But at the same time, what's going on in the world is making me feel sad and upset. And I think it's kind of piling up on my mental health a little bit. Because, especially when you see speeches about taking Greenland. And I don't watch news all day long, but it comes across Facebook. It's coming, because right now the Denmark media and the Greenlandic media are very active because of all the things being said. And Sunday when those military jets landed in Nuuk, for the whole day of Sunday, things were coming across all of our Facebooks. And you know what the going question was? What is going on? That was the question. And we heard nothing from the media, from the government, nothing about what was going on and why 2 Hercules jets landed in Nuuk. And so people were frightened. But it's okay. We'll get through this just like everything else. And don't be mad at me for bringing it up. Please don't. I think the biggest thing is I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that emotional wise or mental wise? How am I supposed to handle that? Because, we as Americans, we don't really experience this kind of fear of worrying about another country and, coming onto our home soil. And now I live in a country where could happen. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. So I know how the Greenland people are feeling right now. And wait a minute, something's wrong here. Okay, there we go. We got the seam laying down the way I wanted it. Okay, all right, so enough to talk about that. All right, let me see what everybody's saying. Dawn says tomorrow our local library is having a giant craft swap. Looking forward to finding our new treasure. Can you share some of the pictures if you find something cool, Dawn, over on my Greenland Quilter group? I would love to see what you find. Happy birthday thank you, Vicki. I appreciate that. By the way, don't forget, I'll probably mention this several times. If you haven't got around to sharing pictures of what you're working on, it does not have to be a finished project. It could be a project in progress. It could be a UFO you're working on. It could be a finished product. It could be anything crafty. Because March the 31st, I'm going to do a trunk show. And the reason I picked the 31st of March is because it's the last day of the first quarter of 2025. Can y'all believe that we will be 3 months into 2025? I can't. So if you don't have a Facebook account, you can email me at living.greenland2011@gmail.com. And I'm waiting on the bot to share it. And you can send me the pictures. And then what I'll do is I'll post them over on my YouTube community tab. And then when we do the trunk show on the 31st, I can go there and show the pictures. The bot is asleep, looks like. Well, I also have to remember there's a lag here. I keep forgetting about that. Okay, so anyway, now I think I got this in the right way. Let's see if I did. I did. Yay! Okay, I fixed the problem. So let me show you what it's supposed to look like so far. Trying to think of something we can talk about that would be interesting while I'm sewing. Let me see if I can think of something. Something interesting. Okay, so I know some of you are gardeners and spring is in the air. So let me see here. You don't have to name the city you live in, but if you don't mind mentioning where you're at state-wise, how many states have full blossoms going on in their area from trees and stuff? Has spring hit your area so far? What say you? And then Rena says, Vicki, what cross stitch pattern are you working on? I'm kitting up my first large full coverage. Wow, cool. Andy's working on a really cool cross stitch, and it's a dragon, and she's been working on it for a little while, and it's beautiful so far from what I've seen. Hey, Andy, if you haven't joined my Facebook group, hang on. Let me see here. GQFB, I think. Uh-oh, that didn't even go in there. Vicki says, Jacksonville, Florida. What's in flower there, Vicki? I'm pretty sure I know what dogwoods ought to be one of them. Okay, so now we got one side of this. Yeah, hold on. So I've got one side sewn on right here, okay? And so I had to do two of them. So now what we're going to do is we are going to put the other triangle on this side over here, right here. So let me get the other two because there was only 4 in this kit for this one. I'm in a group. I just lag at Facebook, but and then she says, I'll post a pic. Great. Yay. Vicky Bruce says gladiolas and dogwoods. All right. Have you noticed whether the size of the dogwoods have been, the dogwood flowers have been bigger or smaller for spring this year? Because the whole, I lived in Florida almost my whole life. And, depending on the winter time and whether there was a drought or it was wet the whole season or whatever, will determine the size of the dogwood flowers. And some years they would be huge flowers, and other years they would be tiny ones. So have you been seeing small ones or big ones? Okay, let's make sure I got this going in the right way. Vicky says she thinks they're bigger. Yeah, I tend to think that when they're bigger, it's because it's been colder during the winter than usual. And since Florida's experienced quite a bit of that, did y'all get a lot of rainfall during the fall months as well? Or during the winter month? Because that also contributes. Bradford pear, crab apple, and tulip trees are starting to bloom here in Arkansas. Sweet. That's awesome. I wish y'all could go out and take pictures and share them over on my Greenland Quilter page because I love blossom pictures. Definitely, I think spring is in the air here. I mean, we got snow yesterday, but it was a small amount. But there's been quite a bit of fall going on here. I have a feeling that winter might be leaving a lot sooner than usual. Last year, the lake thawed out in late May, I think it was. The year before, it thawed out in early May. But looks like this year, it's a possibility that we might get a lake thaw even earlier than that because it's been extremely warm. So I have a feeling the first flower I'll see here is a dandelion. Here in Florida, we haven't got more than normal. Okay. And then Vicky says, yes, we got a good bit of rain. Yep. And then Missy says, I'm not sure if I'm planting my taters. Yeah, I need to wait until June to plant. Well, it depends. If it really gets warm in May, maybe I can get potatoes in the ground. Because when Nikolaj comes home at the end of April, we're going to get outside and get me some raised beds built. We have one raised bed that we're going to have to tear apart because it's not effective because it's in a triangle and it was here before, like that triangle, and right down the center. When you're trying to lean over to get at the center, it hurts my back, and so it's not really a great way to have a planter bed. And so I want to change the style of it, and then I can get some potatoes in the ground, get some mustards and collard greens sown. And I think I'm going to also sow some spinach. And then maybe a little bit, like 2 or 3 weeks later after that, maybe I can start sowing carrots or something. I hope. I would like to grow broccoli, but I don't know if there'll be a long enough season to even get a head off of one. So here's one. Now I'm going to take these, now that I've got this other side sewn on here, I'm going to take it over to the iron and put heat to it. Hey, Kevin, welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you in here. Thank you for coming. And don't forget that you can type exclamation Sophie to share your channel. Tuber Chat, which is who I was talking about, was Kevin. Kevin has a channel that he helps to share small channel links, us small guys. And it's really great because it's a good way to get to know other small channels. And, you don't have to stay within your niche of watching things because I have quite a few different styles of channels I watch. I like watching homesteading ones, farmsteading ones, crochet ones, gardening ones. There's all kinds of things. And and then there's the ones you don't think of, like the There's one who has been taking old black and white movies and turning them into short little videos that he or she shows on their channel, and it's like a blast from the past for us older generation, because I'm like, oh my God, that's a Tarzan movie, or oh my God, that's Daniel Boone, it's pretty funny. So there's lots of variety out there. Hi, Sherry. Welcome, welcome. So I'm going to press these two half or this triangle. Hey, Lori. Who else came in? Anyone else come in? So anyway, tell me what your area is looking like for springtime. I'd really like to know. I know that in Maryland and Washington, they've got cherry blossoms going on. So what all do you have flower-wise blooming right now? I love spring. You know why I love springtime so much? Because, Mother Earth has been asleep during the winter months. There's not a lot of things that tend to, everything kind of goes into a sleep mode, plant wise and everything, and except us humans, of course. And as soon as spring comes, it's so invigorating because everything starts turning green and you start seeing flowers everywhere. The temperatures are exceptionally nice, so you're not hot, but you're not cold either. So it's a lovely time of the year, and I always feel invigorated when spring comes. It definitely makes you feel like it's time to be getting outside, time to be gardening, time to be doing anything that keeps you a little bit productive. Okay, so here we are. We have now made two half triangles where you have a square in the middle of them. And the colorway that I am doing is called Delilah. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be working on, I'm going to set this aside for now. And now what it wants us to do is we're going to pick up two more C blocks, which is this really light green. And here I'll show you the design of the fabric. That's what the design is on the squares. Vicky says, going to visit my daughter in Indiana for a week. Then when I get back 3 weeks later, my other daughter are going on a concert cruise featuring Creed and other bands. Wow, that's really cool, Vicky. I hope you have a great time. Rena says, there's way too much stuff out there to watch on YouTube. I spend too much time. Hey, you and me both, man. That TV that's in our bedroom, we have a big 65-inch Samsung, and I'm not bragging. That's not why I said that, but it sits like 8 feet away from our bed, and that TV never gets turned off. It hasn't been turned off, but maybe twice in the last 8 years we've owned it, because YouTube or streaming services is constantly going all the time. Right now, it's running right now, and you know what it's running? It's running this live. I know, I'm crazy. Okay, then Lori says daffodils for Cynthia, and I bet I said that wrong. And redbud trees. Oh, I forgot about redbud trees having the pretty purple pink flowers on them. They're so pretty. Okay, so we have to have two of these, and then we're going to be sewing on a small on one corner. So we're going to put one here like that. We're going to do two of these this way. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. And like I said, I like to let me move some of this stuff out of my way. I like to put a tiny little crease here in the middle. You have to be easy though, because remember that triangles have biases on them. And you can easily make your triangle become very wonky. And you don't want that to happen. So I'm putting a little crease here. Now I do this way because it helps me make sure I have my triangle lined up center. But you do you. If you don't put creases in there, this is not a requirement. This is just how I do it. You do what makes sense to your brain. Okay, let me see here. Let's see. Rena says, Vicky, I agree that letters are a little difficult, very easy to get one stitch off. And then Vicky says, that's what I deal with. And then Lori says, also Bradford pears are blooming. Oh yeah, they have beautiful white flowers on them. Or unless there's been a new cultivar out that has a different colored flower on them. I've been away from the United States for so long, I don't know if there's been new cultivars coming out because you know, human beings being what they are like to push the envelope with nature. See, there's pink dogwood flowers, but they don't do as well in Florida because it's not cold enough to produce that pink color. You'll see them strung out here and there in North Florida, but you don't see a lot of them because they just don't flower as well as the white ones do. And the white ones are so beautiful. They remind me of renewal, and because they're so pristine when you first see them open. My Robin says her irises are blooming. Oh, that's cool. Y'all share some pictures if you want over on the Facebook group, okay? Take some pictures of what's in blossom around your area and share them. It's fine with me because I love blossom pictures. And you'll be seeing blossom pictures starting to show up too as soon as spring finally gets here. I'll be out taking pictures and making videos. I'm so excited about spring getting here because I want to get outside, and I definitely have a mission this year. One way or the other, Katie is going to find every one of the Stone and Man pieces, and we're going to I'll either I probably what I'll end up doing is taking pictures and try to make short little videos, and then when I get home I'll see whether I want to take the pictures and create a long video while I'm at, yeah, or I can do like what I would do when I'm tour guiding. I could take all the pictures, have a live, and then just slowly go through each picture and tell you who created them. And some of the names I'm going to struggle with because I can't even say them. But I think I'll do it when Nikolaj's home so he can help with the name, the language part of it, and tell y'all what Stone and Man's all about, just as if you were a tourist coming to our town. And I think it's a great idea. And yeah, it might normally a city tour lasts about an hour and a half. So it's possible that our, just for Stone and Man, it may take me an hour and a half. Or and then maybe another time, maybe I could take y'all down to the town square, since it'll be as soon as we, oh no, as soon as we start having like 12 to 15 hours of daylight, I will do a live from down in town square, and I'll walk you through what I show on my city tours, and you'll get and it'll be raw. It won't be edited. It'll be me doing it in the moment. So you're going to get to hear me breathing hard a few times. And I'm going to talk to the museum director and see if it's okay to make a video from inside the museum. You're allowed to take pictures and stuff in there, but I'm not sure what the rules are about making a video and then putting it on my YouTube channel. I need to make sure that I have permission to do that, because the museum is very interesting and you can learn more about the culture of Greenland by me doing that. So I really, really, really want to share so much more about Greenland for all of y'all so that you can see what's so special about this place. I also, I had already talked to Nikolaj about it. I want us to, this summer, fly to Naonotalik and then hire a water taxi to take us to the big forest that's right outside of Naonotalik. And you're like, wait, what forest? Yes, there is a conifer forest. And it probably also has some deciduous trees as well, like the Arctic willow probably is in that forest. But that forest was planted back in 1959. It was a test to see how it would thrive or not thrive in the area that it was planted in. And so, from what I understand, some of the trees are about 4 meters tall, which is 4 times 36 is. Oh, hang on. Let's cheat. Let's use the calculator. That I'll tell you how tall that is. I think there's 36 and a half inches in a meter, I believe. So let's get the calculator out. 5 times 4. So about 146 feet tall. So that's a pretty good sized tree, and you wouldn't think you would see one that big here in Greenland. So yeah. Okay. Let me see. Vicky says my mom has the green thumb. Mine are brown. Not good at plants, but I'll try. Yeah, you just take pictures. That's all I care about. Katie, how long have you lived in Greenland? On August the 18th, it will be 14 years. I can't believe 14 years have gone by. Almost 14 years. And then in January, me and Nikolaj will celebrate our 15th wedding anniversary. So we'll be hitting our next milestone. And then 5 years later, it'll be 20. And I'm excited about that because that means I'll have been married to him as long as I was married to my first husband. My first husband passed away. So, and we had been married 21 years. One thing you guys will learn about me is I'm a bit, what do you call it? You stick by your man no matter what, even when it's bad. Yeah. But I have not had anything bad between me and Nikolaj. Nothing. He is the most extraordinary human being I've ever seen. He just, I think the reason he's this way is this is the way Greenlandic people are. They're laid back, they're calm. They usually don't get loud about anything. There was a video recently posted by a media where they interviewed a few Greenlandic people in Nuuk, and they were asking them about Greenland culture and about how they were feeling about what was going on. And one of the women they interviewed, she said something that was just made total sense. She said, "You may think that we are a quiet, calm people, which we are, and that because we're calm and quiet, that we don't have a backbone to stand up against things." And she says, "But you're wrong. We will stand up when we need to stand up, but we live life with nature and we love our nature and we will protect it at all costs." It was a lot of things she said, but a lot of what she said made total sense because for the most part, this country is not that loud. It's not loud. You wouldn't even known about Greenland if it hadn't been pulled into the geopolitics of things. Thank you, Rena. I am very blessed. Yes, I am. I just thank you, Andy. Hey, Andrea. Katie, did you know you have an invalid night? Yes, I do, and I haven't had time to go figure out which one it is. I think I know which one it is, but yeah, I'll fix it later. I'm not worried about it right now. Just ignore it. And if you want to share your channel link, just type exclamation Sophie. Okay, so now I've sewn the small half triangle onto the square. The next thing it wants you to do now, it says, so it had to sew a small D triangle to one side of the C square, make two. Then it tells us to sew medium D triangles to two sides of C square as shown. So now we're going to get D. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry. it's supposed to say, I was reading the wrong thing. It says, sew medium A triangles to two sides of the C square as shown and join the short side of the triangle to the square and you make two. Okay, so this is A, this pink. And y'all, I am truly amazed about this green, putting pink and green together. I would have never in a million years thought that I could put pink and green together like this. And it's pretty. And I am just totally smitten by it because I would have never thought to do that because I didn't know the two colors could go together this way. I've never given it any thought. I don't use pink a lot. But this pink and this green is really pretty. I think this quilt top's going to be really nice. Okay, so we're going to sew two. One on this side and then the other is going to go on this other side. So let's go ahead and do that next. I'm going to set the other two aside for now. We're going to go ahead and line things up. And what I'm doing is corner to corner. All right. And I'm using pins, that's because I'm a pinner. No problem. I just did not know if you, yeah, I do, sweetie. I think I was trying to make a new in the bot, you know how you see where sometimes there's an animation that comes across the screen and it shares like my Facebook channel thing, or it tells you you can go visit someone's channel. Because I think I have one for Sean set up, or I have one set up for someone at the time, and it'll do that. It's automated where I don't have to do it manually. And I was trying to set up a new command, and I think I must have did something wrong with the command, and I just haven't had a chance. Well, put it this way, I keep forgetting to deal with it. That's the problem. I forget about it, and then when I'm on a live, I'm like, oops, I forgot to fix that. And I don't really want to mess with it right now because I want to sew. Andrea, how have you been doing? Are you feeling better? Katie, you need to watch The Last Homely House. That lady Kate, whole house is in green and pink. Oh, I'll have to go check it out, Robin. What'd you say the name? Homely Home. Okay, let me find a pencil and write that down, and I'll go take a peek. I need a piece of paper. Lady Kate. Okay, I'll have a look at it after the live. All right, so I've got this one pinned. I got, but well, I'm almost finished with pinning this one. Almost done with this one. So if you're just coming in and you don't know what colorway this is, or which PMQ I'm working on, PMQ means Puzzle Mystery Quilt from Cotton Cuts. This one is Wild West Delilah, and I'm working on Clue 3. I don't have Clue 2 because it hasn't come in the mail yet. There's been a lot of issues with our mail. My Phoenix still isn't here. I bought the whole kit for Flyaway, and it's still not in Greenland. Last I saw, it's been sitting in, get a load of this, it's been sitting in Copenhagen since March the 21st. So for 5 days, it's been sitting and going nowhere. It could have already been here, and I could have been showing you all my colorway. Yes, Kate's channel is great. Awesome. Andrea says, a little bit better today. I am still fighting with my insurance company and I ran out of meds. Uh-oh, running out of meds is bad. It's not good. I heard someone else say that they lost their health insurance and can't get some of their meds. And that shocks, well, no, it doesn't shock me. That's the United States for you. when my husband passed away, he had help. The company he was working for, he had insurance for all of us, and it was Blue Cross Blue Shield actually, and it was a good insurance. And so they were treating, because I'm a lifelong asthmatic, and it was the first time in my whole entire life before that I had, where because as an asthmatic and you don't have insurance, it really, really sucks. And it really does. And so when he passed away, that health insurance went with him. And until I moved to Greenland, I had no health insurance, which means that out of pocket expenses for an inhaler and going to see a doctor out of pocket was extraordinarily expensive. If I had to be hospitalized, I would have been in trouble because I would have had no insurance to foot the bill for a full-blown asthma attack. Let me see here. Rena says, I love pink and green together, and I also press my seams open on triangles in particular. Bias pieces just stretch too much if you press to one side. Yep. And then Andrew, caught that one. Then let me see here. Someone else. Katie, I like how you have water on two sides of you. Yeah, me too. And then Missy says, well, technically three. Yes, the whole country has, yeah. So here's an interesting tidbit you might not know about Greenland. How many of you, first I'll ask the question and then you'll say yes or no. How many of you think that if all the ice melted on Greenland, would there be one solid landmass? Yes or no, and I'll wait, and then I'll tell you more. Let's see what your answer will be. Yes, you think it would be a solid landmass? No, you don't think it would. Don't go look it up. I want you to guess. Some of you might already know the answer. Andrews, yes to landmass. Rena says no to landmass. Misty says no. Anyone else? Don't go cheating and looking. Lori says no. Some of you might already remember what I've said about it, which means you were listening. I don't know how many people are in the live right now, so Andy says no. Jean says, hi, Jean. Jean says no. Anyone else? Okay. And the answer is no. So here's what the deal is. If all the ice melted that covers Greenland, first I'll describe what the very center of the ice cap looks like underneath it. NASA, about 2 years after I moved here, did used infrared imaging to see if they could see underneath the ice. And the ice is about 2.5 to 3 meters thick, which means that it's 3 times 36. I don't know, probably about 100 feet deep. Just best guess. We're estimating. Okay. All right. So they discovered through the infrared scan that there's water under the ice, and under the water is this huge canyon. The canyon is twice the size of the Grand Canyon. So imagine that, twice the size of the Grand Canyon. And it has mountains along in that canyon. Now, if all the ice melted, it would set free that lake, and it's a freshwater lake. Greenland would go from being what you think is a landmass to an archipelago. It basically would have water all in the center of Greenland, and you would have the outer island going around it. So you'd have fresh water in the middle, salt water on the outside, and salt water wherever fjords are at. So there you have it. We would be an archipelago if all the ice melted. 26 is watching. Okay, great. Yay. Y'all don't forget to hit that thumbs up. And the other thing is I had a couple new members join the channel this past week. Thank you for joining. Jody was one of them. Thank you, thank you. Our little group is growing a little bit, and I really appreciate that so much for y'all supporting my channel. I don't require it, but it does help the channel. I'm saving money right now because I need to buy I need an apparatus where I can put a camera like right here where you can see what I'm doing better. Because right now that angle is good, but I want it to be better where I can zoom in and out and stuff. So that's my next goal, is to get the right kind of apparatus along with the right kind of camera, because this is my phone I'm using up here. And that way I can zoom in and out so you can see better what I'm doing. And I hope that y'all will love that too, because I no one's really said anything bad about my videos. Not at all. Just sometimes someone will say, I wish I could see better what you're doing. And I agree, because we get spoiled by some of the bigger channels who have better setups or more effective setups. I don't want to say better, because that's not what I mean. Their setup is effective to see what they're doing, so we can see what they're doing when it comes to sewing. And I also need to buy an apparatus that I can put around my neck for a camera, so that I can do crocheting at a simpler angle for me, because normally you would sit back like this and you'd be crocheting while your piece is in your lap. But because of my limited what I have, I would be up here crocheting, and I think that would make my shoulders hurt if I had to do it for long hours. If my subscription happens to lapse, it could be that I need money for co-pays until I get all this mess straightened out. But if it does, I will beg. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I understand, because guess who else has money issues right now? Me. Well, us. Money's been tight for us. If I wanted to, speaking of something, I want to show you something. See this bottle of ketchup? Let me see. This says it's 1.35 kilograms, or 1,170 milliliters. And yeah, I know this is metric. Okay, this is a good sized bottle of ketchup. 6 months ago, 6 or 7. Hey, Myra, 6 months ago. 6 months ago, this was 30 kroners. As of 2 weeks ago, it jumped 50%. So now we're at 65 kroners. Anyone want to guess why we're at 65 kroners?
I know. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I hear background noise too.
Oh, sorry. I know. You can hear me?
I can hear you, but I also hear background noise.
Okay, I'm leaving. Hang on. Who else is here?
I don't know. Maybe it was your TV.
Yeah, it was my TV. But what I'm saying is, who else is here on the live?
Oh, lots of people are in the chat. We have, but no one on the Zoom.
Oh, I got to be on Zoom?
Well, you must have followed the link from you're a paid member, so I posted a link and said if you want to join the live, you're welcome to. So no, but regular people who are not paid members can't see that link. That's why I said don't share it.
Right. Hi, everybody.
So anyway, this is my friend Myra. Most of y'all see me call her Sissy, and because we are like sisters. We have known each other for a really a long time actually. And she's always been there for me and I've been there for her. And we've managed to maintain this lifelong, it seems like a lifetime, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So we've managed to do that. And Myra is not, wait, what do you mean she's not seen? Y'all wait for the delay here. Hang on, because I can see her.
So
Let
I
me go.
can't see a chat.
You remember, are you on your phone or are you on your laptop?
I'm on my phone. Should I?
So if you
Well,
want to get Bill's, listen, don't log off your phone. Just
okay.
go grab his laptop and
All right,
log
I'm
on
here.
and then go on to YouTube and find my live and make sure you mute it and then you can see the chat.
Well, I'd rather do Zoom and chat on YouTube on my phone.
You can't do both at the same time. There's not enough space.
Oh, actually, it's what I always do, Sweet Pea.
Okay, if you know how to do that, then go for it.
Well, you have to send me the link in the thing, but that's okay. I'll just YouTube.
No,
It's no problem.
you're already in Zoom.
I understand that, but I would go out for you to give me the link so that I could do it on his thing. And I would go to you.
Yeah, all right. I got you. Let me take care of that. Now I get it. Sorry. Hang on, y'all. I got to take care of something real quick. Hold on. I need to
I'm
send a
the
link.
problem, everybody. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I got to send a link in an email. I forgot. I have to send this to you different way. Sorry.
Yes, you do. I'm her special friend.
Yeah. You're not the only one sometimes that has trouble with Zoom links. It's interesting.
Well, I got some expected but not welcome news today.
Uh-oh. What's the unwelcome part of it?
I mean, it just, it's life. So everybody doesn't know, many do, that I care for my 91-year-old mother 1 week, one month at a time, and then my sister from Nebraska, she's takes the duty a month at a time. And I had October, November, and December. And then we started mixing it up a month at a time. And I'm home right now. So my sister's there and she took my mom to see her nurse practitioner. And without my sister prompting or giving the nurse practitioner any information, the nurse practitioner said to my mom, we need to have some hard conversations. My dad's been gone 4 years. My 91-year-old mother lived for my dad and is ready to go. She has COPD, congestive heart failure, asthma. She's lost 2 pounds in 10 days. And the nurse practitioner, Candace, told mom that she wanted to think about letting hospice come in. And she explained what hospice was. And we hadn't even thought about hospice, but anyway. And then she talked to mom about a DNR, which is really what my sister wanted to talk to Candace about, but didn't want to bring it up in front of my mom. And Candace brought it up her own self, and mother agreed that a DNR would be what she wanted. So we have a Florida DNR on the bright, yellow orange paper. So that's a good thing. And it just, I mean, we've watched my mom go down. We know it's coming. It is the cycle of life. And the fact of the matter is, to be absent from my faith base, to be absent from the body is to be present with Christ. And my mom has the same faith base. And so, it's okay. But it's still hard to hear someone other than my sister and I realizing and admitting that, yes, she's going downhill and she's frail and she probably won't be here for the holidays. Although she's a natural redhead and she's a sassy Southern woman that will dance on a table with no alcohol in her. So by gosh, by golly, she might pull it out and stay for a while. It was just hard to hear.
Just one question about that. Are you gonna, are they gonna just come to your house, her house instead? Because that's what my mom did. She
Yeah.
absolutely said, I will not go to hospice. I am staying my behind at home and I will pass away there. And she did. She got what she
Yeah.
wanted.
Mother will not go to assisted living nor any hospice facility. That's why Phyllis and I are taking months at a month at a time. Oh, that's pretty.
Look at
Oh,
that pink and green.
I love those colors.
They're all saying, Misty says, I'm sorry, Myra.
Thank
Hello,
y'all.
hello, Sharon Sunshine. I love the name. One of my nicknames in Florida is Sunshine. Myra knows that one.
Yep.
The other one, which is hilarious, is when I, because I was growing plants my whole life from age 11, people started calling me the flower child. And that nickname stuck with me all the way until like my early adult years. And then I wasn't around so many people who would call me that. And out of the blue, when I was talking to my sister under the other camera, okay, gotcha. Uh-oh. Let me turn it around.
All right, I'm gonna go out and come in and I'll see y'all in a minute.
Okay. All right. So out of the blue, my sister called me, hey, flower child. I'm like, I can't believe you remember that. There we
All right,
go.
how do I get out of here? It's not wanting to let me
There's a little
leave.
but that says leave or end or something. All right. Can everybody see this? So this is the other one. So now we have two of this one and two of this one. Let me see if I can put them up here where you can see both of them. There you go. So that's what we've made so far. She'll be right back, Lori. Hospice came to our house so my husband could stay home. He refused to die anywhere else. And then Lori says, so sorry, Myra. My dad was the same way. Hello, passed away in the house he was born in. And yes, us redheads are Robin. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now we got two of these made. I'm gonna set them aside because we have another part to do. Okay, now what it wants us to do is, let me show you what this block is going to look like when we finish it, because we're going to be making two of these blocks. It's going to look like this one right here. That's what we're working on right now. Right there. Where my finger is. That's the block we're working on. Okay. Do you have any other light for that area? Do you mean, no, this light is as good as it's going to get. Do you know how many lights I have on in here? Oh, wait, I can turn one more light on. Hold on. Maybe that'll help. Okay. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lights in this room. And you still have a shadow in here. I can't do a thing about it because I just don't have access to better lighting. Okay, Misty, I got a double whammy redhead and Gemini. All right. So
let me turn on
Lori
the light.
says, so sorry, Myra. My dad was the same way, passed away in the house he was born in. And then Misty says, yes, us redheads are Robin. And then Vicky says, I'm bringing my 95-year-old mom back home to be with me. She has dementia and it's not going to be easy. No, it's not. It won't be. My mom didn't have dementia. She had a ganglioblastoma. Oh my God, I can't even say the word, but it's a really long word. They call it GBY for short. It's a brain building. It was a brain building brain tumor, and it had fastened itself to my mom's occipital lobe, and so it affected her peripheral vision. And my mom was already blind in one eye, so she only had one operational eye, and it affected her speech. and coordination. So if she went to stand up too fast, she'd fall down. She could by the end, she could only write what she wanted to say. She couldn't talk at all because it just. But she had her faculties were there because she'd come in there. She'd come in the kitchen when I was cooking rice, and she'd point at it and then write on the board, turn it off. And I'm like, Mom, there's still water. Turn it off. I'm like, okay. So turn it off. And then she would move the pot off the stove or off the hot eye. And I'm like, that rice is not going to be done. And she would write on it, yes, it will be. And so when I finished the rest of dinner and I went to open the pot to get the rice out, that rice was done. Just because she couldn't speak, she still had her stuff going on.
Hey, Vicky, I'm sorry about your mom. I'm glad she's got you. The one thing that I've learned in the last 6 months is if there's any way you can have a wee bit of respite. My dad was very proactive in his retirement planning, and so Mom is able. We were able to hire a caregiver to come in from 10 a to 2 p for those 4 hours. And so my sister and I, well, she goes to the gym a lot, but like I'll go somewhere, or sometimes I just go in my bedroom and read at Mom's house. But if there's any council on aging or any programs like that to give you some respite from your mom, that would be the best thing I could even think of to suggest to anybody. I mean, we all are going to come to this point in life where our parents need stuff if they live long enough. And, it's the cycle of life, and we're going to all be okay. It's just hard.
Can you hang on a minute? I think I know what the problem is now. I know there's a delay, so I need to know and give it about 20 seconds when you answer the question. How many can now hear and see, or how many can now see and hear Myra? Let me know, because I think I know what happened. I had a setting on that I didn't know I had on. Yes or no? And then we'll continue on with the discussion.
Robin, you gave really good advice about not arguing.
Okay, so everything's working again. All right. Before you carry on with this discussion, let me tell them what I'm going to do next, okay? All right. Yes. So now the next part of this clue, we're going to sew this is color E. We're going to sew it to color C. So on both sides. So there's going to be 4 squares in a row. So that's our next plan of attack here. So let me go ahead and get started on that part. I'm going to set these 2 aside. Okay, now go ahead and what y'all's talking about. And there is some comments in here. Andrew says, my mom was a diabetic and had lost her legs. Oh my gosh. And had many other complications. I moved her in with me, and I took fishing, camping, and garage selling, all she wanted to do. It turned out to be her last. Oh, I'm so sorry. And she said she told Andrea before she passed that it was the best year of her life. That's awesome.
And whenever I get frustrated with my mom, I just remember that she wiped my butt. She dealt with my teenage years. I got to do everything I ever wanted to do except have a piano, and because I only took lessons for about 3 months, and then we moved with the military. But yeah, I mean, I had a wonderful childhood, and she was a wonderful mom, and this is the least I can do. And I've actually before February, she had less memory loss. And so I thoroughly enjoyed her, and the joy of her life is going out to eat. And I'm a big, huge foodie. And so, yeah, I've had more seafood in the last 6 months than I've had in the last 6 years, and I'm not complaining. And I've seen a side to my mom that, I never had the time to see before because I had 4 kids, not so great marriages, yada, 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 working, life. But now I retired early to be with my mom, and I know I'm going to cherish all the memories I'm making. I know I am. I already do. So, although my sister and I both have said to each other, we will never let our children do what we're doing. We'll go into a assisted living, you know.
There's no
That's
way
all
I'm
there
going
is.
in. Yeah, I'm not going in one. No, not happening.
Lana,
Unless,
hello, Lana.
unless assisted care living gets improves the way they treat patients.
Yes, Lori, she also taught me how to use a toilet. But the thing is, both my grandfathers were in nursing homes, and someone from my family or some family friend was in that nursing home every single day and at different times of the day. So if mother ever agreed to go, we would certainly do that. We would drop it, mom
Yeah,
would set her clock at 3 in the morning and drive down to the nursing home to check on Papa, on both my papas. They were in there different times. A total of just over 3 years, but at different times, thankfully. So, yeah, I would never, yeah, we would be there. Somebody would be there every day.
I don't think that my kids will be taking care of me since I live over here anyway. I don't know how good to. We do have an assisted care facility here, a big one actually, and I've never heard anyone say anything bad about it. And from what I can tell, people come and go in and out of there to see their family members all the time. In fact, Nikolaj's mom's husband, Joe, is in the assisted care center because he has it's either Alzheimer's or dementia. I'm not sure which, but he also has Parkinson's disease. So that has pretty much put him where he can't just go walking around all the time.
Sure, yeah.
Uh, and so, and his mom, it's interesting about his adopted mother. Um, she has a mom. Her mom is 85 years old, healthy as a horse. She has no sicknesses. She's never smoked in her life. She's never drank in her life. And Asta, which is Nikolaj's mom's name, she's 70 something. And but now she does the opposite because her mother gives her a hard time about it all the time, about smoking and drinking. But for the most part, she really doesn't have any bad genes either. She's pretty healthy, other than she's had some problems with her eyes. Outside of that, for someone who has done a heavy amount of the drinking part of it, she don't seem to have any, worse for wear. I do know that I do know, thankfully, which has made Nikolaj feel better. She has definitely slowed down on drinking. She's not drinking like she used to do. When I was in nursing school, had to do training in a nursing home, and I promised my parents that they would never be put in one. Dad died at home with me, and mom by his side. Yeah, the care centers are not what they should be, I guess. I don't know.
Well, sometimes, a lot of times they're not. But Lana also said mom's going to die, but she wants to do it in her house. So I'm at her house taking care of her and building memories. So Lana, do you have a support system and get away for respite, have some time for yourself so that you're not 24/7 365 right there up underneath her?
Okay, so this is what we got so far. Now what we have to do is we're going to be putting a half triangle on both ends. Oh, this block is going to go together. Interesting. Different way of doing it. How about that? Andrea says,
Hey, Andrea, see you in just a minute. Oh, you gonna let me help or not?
Yeah, read.
Okay.
Read it
So
also.
Andrea says, I'm going to be away from the keyboard for a while. I have bunnies to take care of and dinner to get in the oven. I'll be back soon. And Vicky says, I've worked in hospitals and nursing home, did home care, and the home care was best for them. I think it's them. I have a little heart. I can't really read until it moves up.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that because a lot of people have had brought their parents home, don't you think that it extends their lifespan a little bit longer because they get to be loved and cared for, even though it's so hard on the caretakers or the family members doing it? To me, it seems like it makes it makes them able to go peacefully when they go instead of where they feel they're not cared for.
Yeah, and Sharon, I agree. Sharon said, we have my mother-in-law here with us. She has dementia, and that's so hard. Lana says, I would stress if I wasn't under the same roof with her. I just go to my old room and work on crafts. And I can't, with listening to her in the living room, I go check on her from time to time. So yeah. Yeah, I don't stay right in the room with mom all the time, but a lot of the time I do. So, right, they are familiar surroundings, and that's so important. My sister took my mom to Lincoln, Nebraska for 8 months, and mom lived in her house when mom was doing a lot better. But it still was hard because mom has 60 years of life in this area with oh, my mom died 17 days after my sister in the nursing home. I'm so sorry, Joan.
I'm sorry, Joan.
Oh, that had to have been hard. We lost 3 in less than 6 weeks in 21 from COVID. My husband's brother, his sister-in-law, and their 40-year-old son. So that's so hard to deal with back to back to back tragedies.
Yep, I knew how that felt. It felt like death was following us around because I lost my husband and then less than a year later, my mom.
Yeah.
It would it had been another week, it would have been a year. It was like a week away from my year anniversary of losing Hardy.
Yeah.
I had just, yeah. I wish we would have had more time because she was trying to make peace with me.
Yeah. Sharon, that sounds like you've done the very, very best that you could. I think that's pretty awesome. She said, Lana, I know what you're going through. I lost both parents. My dad passed at home with hospice. And I think she means mom died in nursing care because she had health issues that we weren't equipped to deal with. So I've had that going on for 9.5 years. God bless you. Oh, and Vicky's had husband lost 2 aunts 1 month apart. Math Geek says, unfortunately, I wasn't in any position to care for my mom at her home. We all have to do the best that we can. And that's exactly right. And we need to give ourselves grace to know that we're doing the best we can.
Yep, exactly. I know that I need to have the hard talk with my husband. At some point we need to sit down because, I'm a tiny bit older than him. And it could be I go first and, we haven't really had this discussion and we need to because I'm getting older.
Yes, you are.
It's just, it's weird. I bring it up and he's like, oh, let's don't.
Yeah, but in his culture, I think they're very reticent to talk about it.
Yeah.
Some cultures are much more open. Joan said, Mom went from walking and talking to refusing to eat and died. And Misty said she's sending hugs and love to all of us, wonderful women and men. Yep, it's tough on family members, but so hard on the caregiver, said Sharon. And
Yeah.
y'all, I'm a professional social worker. I've worked in nursing homes and in home health, not in hospice though, and in mental health. But when it's your own, everything goes out the door and you get in panic anxiety mode.
Yeah. One thing I can say about hospice that because of my experience with them, they are the nicest, kindest people I have ever seen. When a worker would come in twice a week, and say, you can go to the store, I'll take care of your mom, or go do
Right.
whatever you want to do. If you need to go home and take care of something at your house, she would bathe. Because my mom was funny and wouldn't take her clothes off in front of anyone. So she would get a big, huge bowl. She would wash my mama's hair. Then she would
Oh,
brush my mama's hair and braid her. And then she would take hand lotion and put it on my mom's arms and hands. And she would do the same thing to her feet. It was like pampered pet motel, you know? And that's a joke,
so
y'all. It's a saying that I have, meaning that she was getting a spa treatment pretty much. And and it was so nice because they were never mean anytime they ever come in there. They were friendly and
oh
they
yes.
genuinely tell that they cared. It was such grace they had about them.
Vicky said, Mom and I were never really close, but I don't want any bad feelings left. And Lori says, Katie, you're a cougar. She is.
Hey, don't call me that. I don't like that word.
Too bad, so sad. And Lana
That is
said,
a terrible word.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's not it's definitely not positive.
Oh, I think it's great. But okay, if it's not for you, I won't say it. Lana said, lost my best friend 9.5 years ago, grandmother 2 years, 4 days later, my husband 1 year, 1 month, 11 days after grandma, dad in May of 2023, his dog 2 weeks later. I'm glad you mentioned the dog because they're our family. My ESA support dog October 9th, 2023, and now mama.
Hey, Lori, I'm not
Amen.
mad that you called me that, just so you know. I just don't like being called that. That's all.
Oh, guys, I have to step away. Mr. Wonderful is grilling outside and he has a sticker in his foot. He has diabetes, so I need to go attune to that very quickly. I'll be right back.
Okay, sweetie. So, let me see here. You used to hear that word used a lot, Lori, and to me it sounded like that people were being derogatory about it. I know you weren't though, so I didn't take it that way. So just because I said don't do that, don't. I'm not mad or upset. You know what? My husband shared a song. Have you ever heard the song called Let me think of the name of the song because it talks about it sings about them liking older women. And the first time Nikolaj played it to me when we were dating, I'm like, um, is there he knew I was a little bit older, but we didn't know. The interesting thing is we didn't know our ages, neither one of us. And when we got ready to get married, and we had to do the paperwork, and they had to have some information like our birth certificate or whatever, or in my case, a death certificate from my first husband. And when I saw his birth date on there, I'm like, honey, do you see the age difference? He says, so it's just a number. That's just what he told me. He says, I don't care. It's just a number. You and I, this is what he told me. He says, you and I were meant to be together. So don't even worry about it. Lori says, Katie, you and I are both of the same age. Yes, we are. I know. We are 62 babies. Hey, ACFL, how are you? Hey there at Greenland. Thanks for coming to my premiere on Tuesday night. Anytime, my friend, anytime. You can share your channel link by typing exclamation Sophie. And let me make the bot show it too. So hold on a minute. Yep. My first husband was 4 years older than me. And, I think having one that's a little younger than you is kind of an advantage at times because they like to have more fun longer, put it that way. And I don't mean in the naughty way, y'all. I'm talking about experiencing things in life and going to hiking and going fishing and going to the United States and letting me drag him all over the place. He's good that way. I was 14 and a half years to the day older than my hubby. Mom said I robbed the cradle, and I told her that I did not, and he was over 30. Yeah, you're not robbing the cradle when they're over, because Nikolaj was 36, I think. And I'm a little bit older, like I said. So there's 12 between me and him. But I try my best not to overthink the idea of that because my brother is 12 years younger than me. And I know that, I was 12 years old when my brother was born, and there would have been no way I would have been having, I mean, some kids have, but, way back in the ancient days, but I would have been too young to be a mom anyway. So there's no way anyone could call me being old enough to be his mom because I wasn't. Do you mind? It's 12. I'm surprised. I'm surprised at all the times that y'all seen me say that both of us are Aries and born in the year of the tiger. Y'all haven't figured that out. Because if you're familiar with Chinese astrology, when you hear they're both two people are a year of the tiger, that either implies they're the same age or they are 12 years apart. My sister was 12 when I was born. Yeah, so you know how it is. It's that's why I barely have a relationship with my brother due to mostly because of my parents. Well, mainly my dad. He mostly destroyed the family with his stuff. So I mean, I make sure that every time I go to the United States, I have meet my brother somewhere to eat together, and I went to their house this last time, and we visited, and then he took me out to eat, and we do that every time I come home. But do I say we're close? No, we're not. I barely know him because when he started kindergarten, I was graduating from high school. I'm pressing this next section and then I'll show it to you guys. I guess the reason I'm kind of defensive about it is because most of you know back in a day before people were more open-minded about this kind of thing, people would be mean about it and say things like what Lori was talking about robbing the cradle. People would make comments like that, and I was always when I discovered the difference between us, because like I said, I didn't know until we started doing the wedding paperwork, and I saw it. I was shocked. But we have so much in common, and we just home is here in Greenland. Oh, in the United States, home is Florida. Um, North Florida, actually. Okay, I'm going to show you what this is supposed to turn out to be like. All right. Let me get my design board out. Yeah, North Florida. I lived in Florida from 1967 until 2011. From 1967 to 1974, no, 75, well, part of 75, put it that way. I lived in South Florida, and then my parents moved us to North Florida. Sorry, I'm looking at this. Moved us to North Florida in 75. And so from 75 to 2011, I lived in Lake City, I lived in Columbia County. I think the last like 3 or 4 years, I lived in Fort White, which is still in Columbia County, just about 18 miles away from Lake City. I'm a little confused here. Oh, I got this turned the wrong way. Okay, needs to be turned this way. And then we're going to put this one here. I'm going to show you this in just a second, y'all. Bear with me here, because we got to make 2 of these. Oh. Okay, hold on. All right, and I'm going to show you on my design board what we're going to do with this. Okay, this is what we're sewing together next. So I'll be sewing the pink on one side and the darker green on the other side, and this is what the block will look like. So we're going to sew the seam here, and then we'll sew this seam here. And I have to make sure that I get this seam here to match these. So that's the only thing you got to make sure about. Are you serious about Fort White? Yes, I am. Missy says, I lived in Sarasota. I missed it. And then she says, north of Gainesville, Central Florida. Pretty colors. Yes, I did. I lived in Lake City until like, let's see, my husband passed away in 2006. And I think in 2008, I think in 2008 is when I moved to Fort White because I had horses and I found a place to rent where I had a little bit of pasture and I could have my horses and live with them because I no longer could afford boarding a horse and I didn't want to give up my horses because I was 2 of the horses belonged to the kids, and then I had rescued a colt and I was getting him nice and strong and healthy, and I also had a horse I was racing. I'm from Clearwater. My husband asked me to marry him in Clearwater. How about that? My sister lives in Lake City. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I wonder if I know your sister. Probably not, but you see how small our world has gotten? It's crazy how we discover things about each other. So I graduated from Columbia High School and in 1980. It is a small world. Yes, it is. That's so cool. I would have never realized someone knew where Fort White was, much less Lake City. And for those of you who don't know where Lake City is 53 miles north of Gainesville, Florida, and 63 miles west of Jacksonville, Florida. It's also known as the Gateway to Florida because all highways pass through Lake City. That means the interstates and highways. They travel both directions. Every last one of them does. So that's why they call it that. We're going to boot camp, says Vicky. Oh my goodness. Hey, Katie and everyone. Hey, June. Welcome, welcome. Hey, this block is going to be super pretty. What do y'all think? Do you think it's going to look good? I am loving this Delilah colorway. I really am. I never thought I would like green and pink, but this is pretty. Been married, got on for, wow, 43 years. Congratulations. I don't think me and my husband's going to make it no to 40 years unless I live to be 100. As much as I would love to live to be 100, I don't know. My family history is not that great when it comes to how long people live. Now, my maternal grandmother and grandfather, my grandfather lived to be 93, I think, and my grandmother was either 94 or 95 when she passed. But on my paternal side, my paternal grandmother died when she was 42 from a massive heart attack, and my grandfather died when I was 4, I think, which would have been in 66. So I was, yeah. So he must have been like 46 or 47. But I think he also died of some kind of heart problems because heart disease seems to run in the Oglesby side of the family. And everyone except everyone in that main family except his sister. So it was his mom, his dad, his brother. They all died of heart stuff. And my paternal aunt, she passed away from colon cancer. So I don't know if she had heart disease or not. She probably did because it seemed to be a genetic trait. Do I have heart disease? No. As of yet, I have my blood work always comes back negative. Anything they've done is comes back negative. So I must have my mom's genetics more than my dad's. So, but I don't know about my brother, where he is on that. Oh, you were trying to say that my husband and I met on the way to boot camp in Orlando, Florida. Oh, gotcha. Since you like it, since you like it, that's what really matters. Well, the colorway looked nice. I just didn't think anything about how the green was going to sit with the pink. This definitely could be something that I could be given to a man if I wanted to, because it's not. It can be a gender-free quilt to give away. You know what I mean? Hey, Kathy, how are you? Hey, Candace, what's going on your way? My great grandmother is from Lake City, Lulu. Do you know that the Douglas family is from Lulu? That's my first husband's family. They have their own graveyard and everything out there. Joan says my dad died at 51 from a heart attack, and I did not think I would live past that. See, us people who have seen our parents die early in life, always, every time we bypass a milestone, is something. So I bypassed my dad's death because he was 56 when he died, and I'm 3 years away from my mom's age of when she passed away. So if I can bypass hers, then I'm not going to worry about it anymore. Because I really don't want to die, y'all. I want to live as long as possible, even though sometimes it's hard. But my husband has made my life so much better, so I want to be around for a while. Okay, let's get this next one pinned. All right. All right. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm chain piecing here now because I want to get both blocks done at the same time. So let me go ahead and get this other one pinned and ready to go. And there's a lot of raveling on this fabric. This fabric is by, for anyone who wants to know what colorway it is, this fabric is called Nora's Garden by Shauna Doris from Andover Fabrics, for anyone who wanted to know about that. All right, she says, my mother passed when she was 20. Oh my goodness, that's young. Nikolaj lost his mother when he was 6. We want to live long enough to finish our quilts. I just want to live long enough to see my granddaughters marry. How about that? Marry and have babies. I don't know though. Probably won't. Because I waited later in life to have kids. I mean, well, not late. I was almost 25 when I had my first baby, and I was 28 when I had the last one. So I didn't have babies young like some people do. And I hope that didn't sound wrong. I lived for a while then. Yeah. Okay. Now I need to turn this over so I can pin this properly. Both my parents died when I was in my 30s. They were both 71. I hope to outlive them by a decade or more. I'd like to spend time with grandkids when they're born. Yeah, I don't get to see my grandkids except when I go back home to the US. This last time I was in the States, I didn't get a chance to get to California. So this next trip next year, unless something happens where I can't go to the United States, I'm going to make sure the whole trip has all grandkids involved. Because we're gonna do a huge trip. My goal is we're going to do. I have a bucket list, and some of my bucket list is going to get a check mark. And so my plan, if I can accomplish it, is I'm going to go to Miami to see 2 different botanical gardens. Then Myra's, if everything works out where Myra and Bill can meet up with us, we're going to go to the Florida Keys and then come back up, and we'll spend a little bit of time with Myra and then go on to North Florida to Lake City to spend time with my oldest daughter and her husband. Then we'll go to Georgia to spend time with Blaze and Thomas. I also have QuiltCon in the mix as well. I want to see my birth town, which is Charleston, South Carolina, because I've never seen it. I was born on the Navy base. Me and my middle sister both were. So we're Navy babies. My youngest sister is a Navy baby. She was born in Key West. So that's, why I want to see. That's another reason to see Key West. And then from there, North Carolina, do Raleigh, and I also want to do some exploring of Raleigh. So I'll be there for a few days. And then we are going to go to Syracuse, New York, I hope. And there we're going to meet up with my friends Melanie and Michael that we have known for such a long time. And the intention to do in Syracuse is to cross over the Canadian line and see the Niagara Falls. And then from there, go to Chicago to catch the Zephyr train. And that train ride is 2.5 days. And that'll give a chance for Nikolaj to see more of the United States. And I'll get to see more of the United States because I've never seen some of the states that the Zephyr travels through. And we'll get off the Zephyr in San Francisco and then drive down to Hanford to see the other grands and spend a few days from there. And then after that, we will fly home. So normally when I come to the States, I usually spend about 12 weeks in the United States. Nikolaj's only allowed to stay, I think it's 90 days. So we have to make sure that what'll happen is I'll go ahead and fly ahead of him. Well, actually, oh no. We might have to do the trip in reverse. I don't know. I need to sit down. We need to sit down and figure that because he's home this Christmas, which means, and if we're traveling 2026, we're either going to have to do it. I'll either have to go to Raleigh and come back home, and then us do the big trip in the fall because I don't want to do any of the trip in the summer. No, it's too hot. Not that it bothered Nikolaj. It doesn't seem to bother him, but I think it'll bother me. I don't know. We might do it in the summer. Who knows? I don't know. We got to figure that out. But either way, that's the massive trip we're going to do because it's really important. I'm getting older and I want to get a lot of things done before I start slowing down too much. It is a great trip. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of planning on my end, making sure I get everything lined up properly because I'm going to need to line up some Airbnbs and rent a car for some of it, prepay for like the train trip, that part of it, you know, all of that. I got a lot of work to do. And I do know that going to South Carolina will be a real treat for Nikolaj because I'm basically going to make sure that I see where the Navy base is at because I was born there. But I'm hoping that there'll be, I don't know, ships in port or something where we can see them from wherever. I don't know. I have to do more research on what tourists can actually see of the Navy base because that's what we'll be as tourists because we don't live there. Unless any of y'all know the answer to that concerning us, Charleston, South Carolina. Upstate New York is called the Snow Belt for a reason. I'm coming along with this block. It's going along. Okay, let's get this other one finger pressed, and then I'm gonna take it over to the iron and press it again. I just want to make sure I get everything laid down and I don't have to fix anything. And so far, the seams are all lining up like I want them to. Let me see, what have I missed? Both my parents died when I was in my 30s. Oh, I already read that one. I had kids at 28 and 35. I wasn't a young mother either. Yeah, there you go, Candace. Misty says, I was a young mom, 18 for my first and almost 20 for my second. Misty says, sounds like a great trip. And then upstate New York. Yep, I'm all caught up here. Did you get it out, Myra?
I got it out and got one in my own.
Oh no. What is it?
That I couldn't get out. You know those sand spurs.
Y'all need to put some stuff down for that. I hate sand spurs. They're a pain in the butt to get rid of. You basically have to get the root and everything out.
Yep.
They're like dandelions. If you don't get the whole taproot, they're going to come back.
Hi, Candace. Hi, June. I'm looking at who's come in since I was away.
Hey, did you have fun camping this past, wherever it was you and Bill were at?
We were in Orlando.
Hey, where exactly is Legoland at?
Somewhere around Orlando. I don't know. Haven't been there.
Okay.
But I'm sure I can find it. Actually, we were camping in Claremont, but they call it Orlando for some reason. It's Orlando Thousand Trails. I don't know why.
It's part of Orlando, part of the county at least, because we lived in Claremont. That's what there's two quilt shops there.
Black Dog and another one.
Yeah, the other one's right there on a farm.
Yes. And they're closed on Monday.
A lot of places are like that, closed on Mondays. You know what else is closed on Mondays? Botanical gardens.
Oh, good to know.
That. Yeah, every botanical garden in all of the United States closes on Mondays.
So can I show everybody my oranges?
Sure. Let me spotlight you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Just
so
turn it on.
some of you knew that I went on the All Florida Shop Hop and we got these cards. And I bought this little binder for $4.99. Now they had some for 19 with All Florida Shop Hop, like cricketed on there or something. But yeah, no, wasn't happening for me. So what I decided to do, y'all remember those old book covers we used to make out of paper bags a million years ago? I'm not doing that. But what I am doing with Shop Hop fabric, this and this, these two are Shop Hop fabrics, and these two are just, some that I thought would look good with them. And so I'm doing the front and the back, and I did it, I this is my first quilting piece ever. Yeah, so one of them is fairly good with the corners meeting, and one of them not so good. So the not so good is going to go on the back. And what I'm going to use for the backing, and then also for the inside part that holds it on right here where my thumb is, I'm going to use this green.
That green is a nice color.
So I think it'll turn out okay. I just haven't had the guts to cut the green yet. It took me a week to cut the orange. And that was using my dad's AccuQuilt. So yeah. Yeah. So you can take me off spotlight, please.
June says, hi, Myra.
Sandra, hello.
So what is everybody working on that just came in? And also, I asked this question earlier to those that are probably still here. What flowers are you seeing in flower in your area that you live in? What have you been seeing in the spring, throes of spring? Because I love springtime because it's always so life is coming back, everything's coming back to life, and it's rejuvenating and invigorating, and I love it. So, what kind of flowers do you have your way that you haven't already shared in the live? And that includes any that are trees in flower, because I know in Florida there's redbuds in flower, redbuds and dogwoods and a couple other ones. Someone mentioned one. Oh, Bradford Calorie pears.
Has anyone said azaleas?
No. Have you got a big flush of them going on right now?
I do not at my home, but here in Central Florida. Oh, crocus and daffodils, said Kathy. Hi, Kathy.
Hey,
Fresias, said Joan. So daffodils, said Joan. Tulips and daffodils and the hated dandelions. Oh, I love dandelions. And magnolias, said Joan.
yay.
So there's a thing called Azalea Trail in Panama City. I think there's one in Mobile and Pensacola too. And you dress in 1860s hoop dresses, and you have these big, I don't want to use the word antebellum, but that's what it is, hats on, and you wave at all the Canadians as they go by down the Azalea Trail, because there's all these houses that plant them and they're in full bloom. And yes, I participated one year, and I hope that doesn't offend anybody, but it was a part of my culture and my heritage, so I did. We burned nothing, and there were no flags with any crosses of any sort flying on them. So, it was just teenage girls waving at Canadians. And they still do it to this day. And people of all cultures and all races participate. So I'm thinking nobody finds it culturally insensitive.
I bet this year is not going to be so many because Canadian, I've seen recently where most of the Canadians are boycotting coming to the States.
That's fine. So Sandra, bleed hearts and hyacinth poking out their little heads. What is bleed hearts, pray tell?
Probably talking about bleeding hearts. The flower looks like a heart and it has a little thing that hangs from it. They're really pretty.
And do they grow in the north or the central?
Uh, you can have them in North Florida, but you have to take them in because the cold will kill them.
Oh, hi, Michelle.
So they're more of a
Oh,
tropical
thank
food.
you.
We have azaleas all year long in California. I'm amazed about California, let me tell you. We have a rough time trying to grow having decent rose bushes in Florida because of humidity and because they're sensitive to fungus, a type of fungus that usually wipes out roses. In California, they are growing wild everywhere. And I'll tell you where else I find it the same thing. In Denmark, in Copenhagen, well, all of Denmark actually, everywhere you go, there is roses growing wild, big, huge rose bushes that are
Arbors.
like you can use for screening out your neighbor with. I mean, it's everywhere, and none of them are grafted onto a different rootstock so they can be grown there. These are all native to Denmark and to California. It's really cool.
So Sandra Kay said bleeding hearts, you were right, and that it's Washington State. And Michelle very kindly said beautiful pieces, Myra, very colorful. That was real sweet. Mine are outside. My bleeding hearts come back every year, Robin said.
It's perennial then. I know in North Florida they will die. All it takes is one good hard freeze and that's the end of them.
We were in Disney on Saturday. No, we were not. I'm sorry. We were in Disney on Sunday. And a lady in line with us was telling her children that it never snowed in Florida. Well, you know, Bill looked at me and shook his head, my husband, like, don't say anything, don't say anything. And I was like, I'm sure your mom is almost always right. But guess what? It does snow in Florida, and it did 3 weeks ago, 7 inches. Yeah, that was fun.
Funny.
So Sandra Kay said these were from my grandma, and she passed in 2002. Doesn't that make them special, your bleeding hearts? How
Yes,
sweet.
yeah, that's very cool.
My sister has kept alive a what are those plants that they always, peace lilies.
Ah,
She has kept alive a peace lily that we got at my dad's funeral. So I told her if mother gets any peace lilies when she goes, that it's my turn to have it. And we'll take bets on how fast it takes me to kill it.
if you take them in your house, put them somewhere where quite a bit of light can come in. And number one killer of all indoor plants is, what is it?
Overwatering.
Yes, ma'am. So don't overwater it.
I can kill a cactus.
Do you overwater it?
Or underwater it, either way. I'm good at killing everything but children and veterans.
Good thing about the kids and the veterans.
Yeah.
That's cool that she still has something that came from her grandmother that's a plant. That is awesome.
I know.
That's rare.
My grandmother had humongous over 5 feet tall hydrangea and 5 feet wide hydrangea plants
Wow.
outside her porch. They were
She
the
must
most
have
beautiful blue.
wow. She must have
Yeah.
had a really great microclimate right there where she had them at.
Weewahitchka, Florida, home of Tupelo honey. I don't know. But they had a 20-acre farm. This is the one with the 20-acre farm. So everything grew beautifully. I thought it was just grandma and grandpa.
Hydrangeas are finicky. You know that Kristen has really gotten into growing Hoyas in her house.
Growing what?
Hoyas.
Which is a Hoya.
Uh,
Do you eat it?
no,
Oh, it's a flower?
it's a vine. Most of them are vine forms, and they have the coolest flowers on them that look like they're fake. They're very waxy and they're always in a ball. And
Neat.
they have this sweet smell they give off at nighttime for moths to come pollinate them. And you know, she hadn't been interested in doing stuff like that, and then she saw I shared a picture of a Hoya flower to her, and she's like, "Mom, what are those Hoyas?" Now she has like several different species of them. I don't
Awesome.
know exactly how many she has now, but she's got quite a few.
Oh, that's cool.
I told her she needs to get
My
very
daughter is a chicken tender.
cool. I
She
think
has chickens and she hatches them from in a little, lighted hatchery thing. And yeah, she has chickens. I never ever thought my daughter would have chickens. She loves them.
yeah, I would love to have chickens, but my husband keeps saying no.
Well, they'd have to live inside with you.
No, they wouldn't. They would be in their own house.
Well, okay.
We have a couple people in town that have chickens. Up on Princess Mountain anyway. They took like a small, like a 12 by 12 or a 10 by 10 utility house, but they built it
Sure.
for a house and it's insulated and everything. And then
Right.
on the outside, there's a fence where they can't go flying out of it. And yeah, but he said because of the way our house is positioned and because we're always getting snow burying our house, it would just bury the chicken house. He's got a point.
Well, and we agree with him. So
We can't put it on the back side of the house because the house faces north. So definitely that's out. And that's the only place where snow doesn't collect.
So Robin says, I have hydrangeas in pink, white called shooting star, and blue around a bird bath.
That's
And
awesome.
Misty, I know, it sounds so pretty. And Misty says, my honey is kept the peacefully from someone's passing. I've got a heart there I can't see, but I'll read it to you in a minute. Almost 5 years. Wow, that's grand. I'm going to try real hard if we get a peace lily. I'm going to try real hard to keep it alive because I need something other than my dog and my cat in this house growing. I need a plant. Oh, okay. I just thought. What you got?
I'm going to press it first.
Oh, okay. Well, I just thought, so I have to cut out this green stuff and it's green fabric and I'm going to have to do math and figure out how to make a border all the way around. And then in the center at the binding at the, where the binder clips are. But I just realized I can be sewing on my never ending circles. Forgot about that.
Yeah, you can.
I know.
You know how you were talking about you couldn't do mystery quilt along?
Yeah.
I'm working on one right now.
I know. It's exciting.
Yeah. This one, let's see, Clue 9 comes out, I think at the end of this month, and then next month. Oh my gosh. I think April's at the end of April's when the reveal is gonna happen. So I better hurry up and get caught up.
Is it going to be a boy? Is it going to be a girl?
The problem with my what's happened with me is my clues are not getting here is what's happening. In fact, my Phoenix kit that I bought the whole kit so I wouldn't have to worry about monthly is still stuck in Copenhagen. So they're already about to start clue 3 a flyaway, and I haven't even received my kit because of the mail being so bad.
Aww. But that doesn't have anything to do with you know who, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it does.
There's a lot of things going on that has to do with him, like that bottle of ketchup you saw me showing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I knew that one. That one I knew. Hey, I saw the neatest thing on Facebook. It was about Valentine's Day, and this child had a blind student in their class. And so the mother took 2 hearts made out of felt and whip stitched them together, but she stuffed it with all of her thread.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's wrong, babe?
Just saying good night.
You're going to bed? Oh, yeah, you're going to bed. Come say good
Gotta
night.
get up at 3 o'clock.
I know you do. I love you. Say hi.
Hi.
Bend down so
We can't see your face.
hang on, I'll make it so.
Sleep well. It's good to see you.
Let's see you too.
Love you, babe. Thanks.
You're using up my computer.
I am using up your computer. Yeah.
Go ahead and get you one.
We just need a cord for mine. I finally found it. Yeah, not on the computer much. So that was my Mr. Wonderful, everybody. He works on Friday in the office at St. Petersburg Regional Office for the Veterans Benefits Administration, helping veterans, and he is a veteran. So yeah, it's cool. But his 10-hour day becomes like a 16-hour day because it's 2 hours in and it can be 4 hours out. Now, what is the green? Is that just the backing on your, I mean, looks like, it looks like, is that fabric next to the light green?
This is all fat. This is all one piece right here.
But what are those?
You mean here in the middle?
No, they look like little squiggly lines.
Oh, that's part of the block. That's the dark green part. Oh,
that's part of the block?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll be.
Yep.
That looks like Pac-Man.
But
well, that's just unique.
This fabric is so you know what the fabric line is, Myra. It's Nora's Garden by Shauna Doris for Andover Fabric. So that's what this fabric line's from.
Oh, okay.
So I had to make 2 of these. So 2's been made, and then we're going to start. And so when I finish this, in fact, I'm gonna get my tape out here in a minute, and I need to label this both of these blocks 3A. Every time you finish a clue and it tells you to label it, you need to put a label on it because it will matter when you get ready to put all of these blocks together for clue 10. If you don't label them, it's going to take you 10 times longer to sew it all together.
Says the voice of experience. If y'all are following along with her doing this, whatever she says, she's learned by fire. So
yes, indeed. Because when I first started doing this, I didn't know what the heck I was doing. And if I could get a certain person to send my I have my first quilt, my first PMQ. I took it with me to California to get it quilted, and so it's still sitting in California. It hasn't been mailed to me.
Why?
Because certain people are too lazy to go take it to the post office.
But does Auntie Myra need to make a call?
I don't think you want to tangle with Derek. Because Derek's don't ask.
Not too many people I don't want to
He would be
tangle
one of
with.
them you don't he would be one of them you would not want to tangle with.
Well,
He's one of those that'll tell you all about yourself, and he don't care if he hurts your feelings or not.
well, I've been called everything but sweet by some of my veterans who wanted to die, and I was trying to help them understand that that wasn't the best choice for them. So,
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, he would give you a hard time. I'm pretty sure of it. If you called him and griped about it not being sent in the mail, he would tell you.
And how long has it been?
It's been there since 2022.
Oh, fudge nugget. How is this person related to you?
He's my son-in-law.
Is this the one that's in the military?
It's Kristen's husband.
Okay.
Kristen's husband, the youngest one.
Yes, I've met. I was at his wedding.
No, you were at Lynette's wedding.
I wasn't at Kristen's, but was he there?
No, wait. Kristen was there, but I don't remember Derek being there. I don't think Derek came with her.
Well, she had somebody with her.
Maybe she did. Maybe he did come with her. He's nice and all that, but if you call and gripe about something, you will be told what. Yeah, don't. It's better to just not say anything because
You're so much nicer than me.
I have to keep the peace. That's all I can say about it. I will not stir up things where I can't come and see my granddaughters or my daughter.
I agree with you there wholeheartedly.
So it's not worth, pick your battles. It's not worth picking a battle with him over it. If I don't get it anytime soon, I'll wait till next year when I go and I'll pick it up then.
Misty P said her honey has kept the peace lily from his dad's passing almost 5 years ago. Robin said, no, it doesn't. And I've lost the train of thought. Oh, Kim. Hi, Kim. Kim says peace lilies tell you when to water them if you aren't good at keeping a schedule. The leaves droop when they're thirsty. Just drench them, and in a few hours, you will see them start to perk up. I know that's true.
Also, if you're going to drench them, do it in the bathtub. That way, the water will run all the way out so that when you put it back in the catch dish, they will not be standing in water. They must not stand in water ever.
Right. And Jeannie says your block is beautiful.
Thank you. I'm going to go get more drink.
Michelle says, thank him for his service. I worked in our New York State Veterans Office for 37 years. I'm not a veteran, but I loved it. But you were serving them, Michelle. Thank you so much. That came out great, Katie. She went to get something to drink, says Michelle, and Robin says, pretty Katie. I'll tell her when she comes back. So I'm not a veteran either, but I was born into an active duty Air Force person's life, my dad. My children's father was active duty Air Force. My second husband, which was an out of body experience, I was out of my effing mind. He was Army. My children's father was Air Force, and Mr. Wonderful, who I'm dying with, is retired Navy. But I got him after he retired. I wouldn't have made a good Navy wife. I really admire Navy and Army wives because their husbands leave them a lot, and they have to, or Navy and Army husbands because their wives leave them a lot, and they have to really shoulder a lot. And National Guardsmen. Hey, if any of y'all live, oh, Michelle said that came out great. So, oh, Andrea, Welcome back. I'm glad you unloaded the dishwasher. Would you come unload mine? I'm just over here in Florida.
I wish
And
I had a dishwasher.
you do.
No, I don't.
Nico. I know he washes dishes. I've seen him. Go Navy. Woo, woo. World War II. How wonderful. So everybody said how beautiful your block is, Katie.
Thank you. I'm gonna start on part 2 now. So, I was gonna darn it, being the wife of a sailor, because I'm one. There are times when it's difficult, but we do what we have to do.
Yes.
That's how it is.
Rita, thank you for your service. She was in the Navy right out of high school in the 80s, and her dad retired out of the Navy. He built bridges and then blew them up. And he
That's
was in
interesting.
Korea. My dad was in Korea as well. And actually ended up firing his weapon. Not a lot of weapons were fired in Korea, but Daddy fired his. So I think he was in a job description that it wasn't usual for them to have to fire, but he was doing guard duty one night and ended up having to fire into the dark. So
Myra, there's this other color pink, not the light color you saw. I'm fixing to be sewing a darker pink. Here's that same design. Hang on. Can you see it?
Oh, that's
wait.
beautiful.
Hang on, let me turn the spotlight off. So sorry, you guys. See the design?
That's beautiful.
So that's what's on the green, that same design.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay. I figured
so Andrea says her dad started out in the Navy, spent his first 2 years seasick, God love him, on an aircraft carrier. Then he spent 20 years in the Air Force. Second husband was a Marine in Vietnam, and current husband was Army Specialist, Special Forces. Wow. Yeah, my second husband was Army Vietnam. My husband is technically wartime because he was on the air. He was a jet engine mechanic, and he was on the aircraft carrier during Lebanon and some other conflict. So Rita said, Myra, for a minute I thought she was a voice in my head because you weren't on screen yet, but we could hear you talking, Katie.
Sorry, someone forgot to remind me to turn the spotlight off.
Well, the spotlight's on. We see your face and your mandala.
Mandala.
Yeah,
it was when I had spotlighted myself to show the block and I forgot to turn it off. Okay, so the next step here is I'm going to be sewing B to E. I have to make 2, and I also have to use B to F and make 2 of those. So that's what I'm going to do next. She says, that is why my dad was in Special Forces. Build bridges and blow them up. All that work and then turn around and blow them up.
Well, the state of Florida is continually doing new roads and then tearing them apart and redoing them.
That's true. I was shocked by how much, the last time I saw Jacksonville, or last time I drove in Jacksonville, they were just working on those extra big bypasses and stuff that they were putting in up there. So when I came in, they were still working on them. Actually, I told Nikolaj, I said, one thing about Jacksonville, they never ever stop doing road work. They're always doing something. And so, but I was shocked by how far along they've come with it in 10 years. It was amazing. It's like, wow.
In Panama City, we have what they call a flyover, which is hilarious because Panama City is just a tiny, it's not a big city. And, but yeah, they're real proud of their flyover. I think it's a hoot.
I think I'm about to be playing bobbin chicken here.
Ooh.
I was showing Nikolaj that school of thread that I had put on right before he left to go back to work. I showed it to him a couple days ago, and he's like, "Is half of that gone already?" I'm like, "Yep." And he's like, "You have been doing some sewing."
That's right, my love.
I still haven't cleaned my machine. I still didn't clean it. I need to clean it, and I haven't done it. But since this bobbin's going to run out, I might as well do it. And it may end up me doing it on a live because it looks like it's going to run out.
Did I tell you I found some 221 featherweight bobbins?
No, but I'm glad you found some.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm going to get them all done up with and I bought something else in honor of you. Hang on. You know, I showed you my little plastic roller. My little blue roller, yes.
Yeah,
Do you
showed
remember
me.
it?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, well, it doesn't work real great. So Monday, when I was at that store where I found the bobbins, the only store open on Monday in that region.
I'm listening.
Look.
Oh, you got one. All right.
I got a wood one. I think it'll work better. It looks bigger and maybe a little heavier.
Look,
so
I lost my fight with the bobbin. You did
not.
Yeah, you see that?
You did.
Yes, I did. I knew I was going to run out. Darn it. I really don't want to clean this machine yet either. Because I have to go find the thing I clean it with. I took everything out of my drawers because I plan on doing a video of my notions and stuff. And so I was splitting all my notions apart because some of the notions I have a lot of. And so they're in boxes right now. So I don't know where I put my cleaning tools at. One of them. All right, let's see which one we can run out next. Let's run this one out. I'm trying to run out.
Okay, while you're doing that, I want to catch us up. So Andrea said, my first husband built them and my current husband blew them up, Rita. Sandra says, gotta go, great-granddaughter getting off the bus. How cool is that? Rita said, well, he said it was not his issue if there were people on the bridges when he blew them up. My dad has several medals. Purple Star, wow, Medal of Valor or something like that. Purple Heart was due to POW. God bless him, Rita. Andrea says, I'm a DAR, woo, daughter of the American Revolution. I just have to put in my paperwork, and I am. Someone in my family has fought in every war the U.S. has ever been involved in, including some before we were a country. So, Andrea, I couldn't find my War of 1812 family member, but I finally found him. So I can say that I've had someone in a blood relative in every conflict that we've had too. It's so cool. So Rita sent and got her dad's military records and she laughed. There's more black ink than words because everything's redacted. It's blacked out other than his name, rank, and the medals he won. Woohoo! Andrea says, all the military history in my family is why I tend to be a little proud of my citizenship. And Rita said, exactly, Andrea. So Rita said, Katie, check this out. I went to the store again today. Can you believe that one?
No.
That's awesome, Rita. So Andrea said, my current husband is a Texan. Oh, Lord. And if you do not know it, Texas is its own country, even though they're part of the U.S. Secession talk is going on, and I guess I'll have to have dual citizenship. Rita said, I found a thing made by AccuQuilt that is a cutting mat on one side and an ironing mat on the other. Oh, that's interesting. Andrea said, woohoo, Myra. Yeah. Rita said, I went back 5,000. Yep, 5,000 years on my family records. That's phenomenal. That's before Christ, right?
I don't know.
Wow. Hey, June, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I've only gone back to the 1500s.
Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to finger press and use my seam roller. And then from what I can see of the direction, we're going to be sewing these half square triangles together, and they'll look a lot like a flying geese, but they're not. So let's go ahead and do that first. And I'm probably going to put heat to these before I sew them together, so I can make sure everything's laying flat.
So the Nightbot gives a link to Fat Quarters Shop free FQS Charm Pack chili.
Yep.
And Rita said that she'll do a video on the good stuff she bought today.
Awesome.
And I like that. Andrea says, we can all trace our ancestry back to the Ark if you're a believer, actually to Adam and Eve. Oh, neat. Sharon's been listening while trying to organize her junk. Woo! Very relaxing here. I love that.
Some of my ancestry is from the Congo and the people of Bantu.
What?
Yes. It's in my DNA.
You know, I'm so sad I have no sub-Saharan at all. I'm all white Euro trash.
I think it's cool, to be honest. My dad.
Oh, no, I would love it. I wanted
father,
some Asian. I wanted some I wanted some African. Yeah, but no. I'm just Euro white trash.
My father would have thrown a fit.
So Create Relate says, I've just dropped by to give a thumbs up and send some love, but I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling good today, about to drive, or I'd stay. Love you, Stacy. Thank you for dropping in.
I hope you get to feeling better. Or is she talking about me? Oh, she must have saw the very first few minutes. Yeah, I wasn't feeling it earlier. I feel better now. Nope, I wasn't feeling it earlier. I almost canceled the live.
Oh, I'm glad you did not.
Yeah, I almost did because I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't in it. It was in my head. My head was the problem, not my body.
Okay. All right.
I woke up that way and I'm like,
Well, you're allowed to have those days.
Well, it's because of we had the relief of the two jets taking off from Nuke yesterday and going away. But then a few hours later, you know who was announcing we're still going to take Greenland.
Well, you know, so talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Yeah, and when I die, I'm going to get a new body and I'm going to be tall and slim. Just saying.
You believe in reincarnation?
What?
Do you believe in reincarnation?
No, but the body says the Bible says that we're going to get a new body. And so I'm saying I'm going to be tall and slim. Sharon says she's white, European, and American Indian. And Andrea is British, Scottish, Irish, and American Indian. So and Matur's side is the Italian side, and it's hard, and she couldn't go back too far, only to the 1800s.
So I am Danish, Norwegian, Netherlands, Germany, Germanic something, UK, and one other country. And then the rest, and then the two I mentioned already from Africa.
So mine's it's Scotland, England,
Scotland was the other
Wales,
country.
Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland. I have one Frenchman, I have one Italian, I have one German. His name was Michael Goodnight. My Italians are the Bassano family that were alive during Shakespeare times, and Shakespeare's play, The Dark Lady, was probably written about one of my great aunts. And the Bassano family were musicians to the king during Shakespeare time, and I don't remember which one that was, but anyway. And yeah.
Okay, so now what I got to do is I have two sets of half square triangles. One set has B and E, which is this white with the pink. And then the other one is B and F, which is this blue. And then what we're going to be doing is we are going to be sewing these together like this.
Oh, nice.
So that's the next step.
I love that purple pink color. So Rita says on her mom's side, she's full Italian, but her dad's side is Irish, German, and Blackfoot Indian. That is so cool. I can't even have an Indian. Native American. Sorry, not trying to offend anyone.
I would love to go back in time to see Shakespeare, even though the women on stage were actually played by males. You know, that would have been fun.
Yes.
When I was in college, I had to take, besides taking the English class, I also needed to take two kinds of humanity, or no, it was three actually. I had to have 3 credit hours of 3 different humanities classes. And so I picked theater appreciation is one of them, speech is another one, and photography is the third one. But
Neat.
I thought I would be bored to tears in the theater appreciation class. Turns out I really enjoyed it, especially when we started doing Hamlet, reading the play Hamlet. It was enjoyable. And then I went to my first ever play. The college had a theater group and they were doing a play, and I can't remember the exact name of the play, but it was so much fun and interesting. So I hope one day I can go to see an actual play like in New York.
I went to my first opera last month.
I don't think I can sit through opera. No.
Well, I got the giggles and couldn't stop, and I thought they were going to come escort me out. It was, they weren't singing in Italian, they were singing it in English, and the translation didn't go well, and it was sad. But let me catch up what people have said. So Andrea says, oh yes, I have one French person who married into the family somewhere back there, and a great grandmother was a Quaker. I'm not sure where they came from. Rita said, I'd love to go back in time to see Shakespeare, even though the women on stage were oh, you read that. Sorry. She loves that fabric. And Rita says, no wonder my temper is the way it is. Got it on both sides, Irish and Italian. Yeah, I relate to that. No Italian, but I relate. Rita took theater in college and did the play of the Glass Menagerie. Oh, that's neat. And
favorite part of that
Andrea's got to get off here. Her dinner's finished and the hubs is hungry. Everybody have a blessed evening, and she'll see us on Tammy's Live if she gets back in time. The opera in person is amazing, says Rita. I guess I wasn't seeing a very professional one. It wasn't a very professional one, but yeah, I was not impressed. I love musicals though, and Broadway musicals. Does that count?
The opera is amazing, says Rita. I've watched a couple of musical movies, but like I've seen Burlesque is one of them. And I enjoyed that one actually. The other one I've seen a couple times was the one called Chicago. That one was pretty good too. But then there's a couple other ones that, yeah, I don't like all of the musicals, just some of them. But the Chicago one was deep. My goodness.
My granddaughter, who's 19, tried out for a local production of Hairspray and actually got a part
Oh, that's cool.
at singing and dancing. And then her brother is in a play called Ranked in high school. He's in the high school theater club, drama club. And so I've been watching high school kids do musicals forever, and I love it. I just love it.
Okay, I've got these two sewn together. So this is what I had to make two of these. So now we got two done. The next thing I got to do now is now we're going to make two flying geese. Let me show you what they're going to be made from. Let me stick this over here out of the way. We're going to have to do B, which is that pink again.
Hi, Stacy. She left. Sorry.
See you later, sweetie. We have to have two of these.
Two of what? I'm sorry, I looked down.
Two of B's, which are this pink of the larger triangle.
It looks purple on my computer.
Does it look purple here? It's actually a type of pink. It's not actually purple. The dark part's purple. I don't know what color you call that, actually. Maybe some people would call that purple. That's interesting. I'll have to look and see what.
But it could just be Bill's computer's optics.
Yeah, it could be. Or it could be my camera making it come off that way. Okay, so I have to have two of those, and then I have to use two E's. No, which is the white. So because we're going to make flying geese. So I'll end up using 4 half triangles for that. I'll go ahead and show you how they're going to be laid out for the flying geese. And I really hate flying geese. Don't like making them.
Because
they don't always come out the way they're supposed to. Okay,
like real life, huh?
Yeah. So I have to make 2 of those, and then there's another set of flying geese we're going to make. Whoa, we're going to actually make 3 sets of flying geese. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this first one, and I'm going to chainsaw, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set aside 2 of these, and I'll go ahead and sew these 2, and then I'll show you the next set. So I'm going to go ahead and start making all 3 sets at once. That way I can not waste as much time. Okay, where's my lender at? Or leader? Oh, I lost my leader again. Oh, here's one. Let's see how quickly I can play chicken again. Because I'm trying to run out 2 or 3 pieces of bobbins so that I can wind them. I'd taken them out of my machine because I was quilting and I didn't want to run out in the middle of a row that I was quilting. Because that would have meant I'd have to start all over again, and because I would have to pull the quilt out off the top of the sewing table to, put a new bobbin in. So I just chose to put a full bobbin in and put the piece of one back in the container. Okay, now the next set we're going to be doing is, okay, let's see, we just did B. Now we're going to switch to E, which is this white of the larger triangle. And we're going to use B, which is this pink. And we're going to be making 2 of these flying geese with this color setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set one side aside and go ahead and sew these. Rita says, yes, purple, looks purple. My hubby just came in and said it looks like lilac to him. And I said purple. He goes, no, lilac. See? Yeah, I need to go look up the colorway and see what they're calling it. Because we all might be wrong.
I've been wrong before. I will be wrong again.
I don't mind being wrong. It just looks pink to me.
You know
But not
what?
like
It's
that.
your
What?
it's your fabric. Call it what you want.
This colorway is actually interesting because we got this light, nice, what do you call it? Some of the fabric's toned down while some of this is like in your face kind of deal.
So they picked the colors for you.
Okay, so each colorway, they choose the colors that's going to go for that particular colorway based on the pattern that Sheila Christensen designs from. She lives in Australia. She's the main designer of this sew-along. Cotton Cuts is in Missouri. She's the one that secures all the fabric, and then they die cut all of it. And there's several colorways, so I'll have to look and tell you how many colorways are in the Wild West. I think there might be 9. But I can take you to the website. I can take you to the web. I'll share with everybody the colorway for Wild West, so you can see all the different ones after I finish this last flying geese. Okay, now I need B. We're going to be
Bye,
making.
Sharon. Have a wonderful day. I guess she's gone.
Sharon. When did she say she was leaving? Oh,
Just a few minutes ago.
Telling Stacy goodbye. Then Sharon says, it was nice chatting, lady, but I need to go. Have a wonderful week. Thank you for coming, Sharon, and staying with us. What time is it anyway?
Rena, are you coming in or are you going out? And if you're going out, I apologize that I haven't even realized I haven't said hello to you. I'm sorry.
Have a good night, Rena. Thank you for coming. All right, now I'm going to use, all right, I need to make sure I put this on the right side. I'm going to turn this around so I don't make this mistake. Okay, so F, which is the blue, is going to go on the left side of this triangle, and the D, which is the green, is going to go on the right side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this around, and then I'm going to put this up here. Okay. That way I don't get mixed up.
Boy, Jack was my intimate friend the other night.
I think it's
I was
interesting.
having it.
You were having a time with it?
I was. That's why I just started totally over on a new set of squares.
Hey, Myra, I could show you how to fix your alignment of your seams without ripping the whole thing out.
That's okay. It's fine.
Because I learned this from Kimberly of Fat Quarter Shop on several of her lives. She shows you how to rip out just what you need to rip out and not rip out the whole thing.
Right. That
And
makes sense.
And it actually works.
But how do you not have a pucker?
You don't. Because when you realign what's out of alignment, it pretty much fixes itself unless there was a miscut. Or if the fabric got stretched in the process, there's that too. Sometimes that happens as well.
You know, just once I would like to buy a kit where everything is cut and all I have to do is follow instructions.
There's those kind of kits. It doesn't necessarily have to be a mystery like what
Yeah,
I'm doing.
I think they're probably very expensive.
Depends on who you get it from. Hey, check this out, Myra. This is from actually this is from Cotton Cuts. These are called, now this does not come with a pattern, just so you know, but you can design your own pattern. if you really want to try it out. These are called stitch-it kits. And this particular stitch-it kit is a large stitch-it kit. So it has like 500 something pieces in it. Okay. So what you get in a stitch-it kit already cut for you is you get several small triangles of different colorways. They're all small. Here, let me spotlight so everyone can see at the same time. All right, let me spotlight. Okay, so in this stitch-it kit, this is Stronger Together fabric. It's batiks. So you get a set of this red. Then you get a different color red. These are all pre-cut for you. Then there's the pink in the small. Then a light pink, because this is this particular colorway. And then you go up to the medium-sized triangles. It basically is repeating the colors.
Sure.
In the mediums. And there's a lot of them in here.
Look at that. That's breast cancer.
Yes, this is what this one's about. That's why it's called Stronger Together.
Oh.
Then I'm gonna pull out. I'll show you this in just a minute. Then you go up to the large triangles. So all of these are die cut for you.
Nice.
This pink is so pretty. Oh my goodness.
It is.
Then in the same box, you get rectangles, a few rectangles.
Mm-hmm.
Here's pink also. And then the light pink. So all of this was in one box. And then I'll show you, so this comes together with this smaller box with it because there's additional stuff in it. So let me put it, I'm going to have to re-put this in the box in a little while. I won't do it tonight. I'll do it after the live. Okay, so look at here. You get a stack already of pieces.
Wow.
This can make an entire quilt top for you. Then the smaller box, which is a part of this kit, you get squares of the same colorway.
Mm-hmm. Now you're saying colorway. Help. What does that mean?
It means that this whole kit is of the same fabric line, and because she sells different, and because each fabric line has different colorways, meaning, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this.
Is that like color families?
No, it's just they call it colorway because when you buy a kit, this is the Stronger Together colorway, and then the next one might be called the Delilah colorway. And it just means it's a multiple group of colorings that come within the same fabric line, because with there might be more colors to this fabric line that she didn't promote in the colorway. I would have to go look and see how many colors were actually part of the original fabric line of Stronger Together, but some lines can have up to 42 colors. And a lot of people don't want to buy all of those at once. That's why you can buy like a charm pack or a layer cake or whatever. So anyway, these
so
all
Misty is asking, she had to step away. What kit are you showing?
the Stitch It kit from Cotton Cuts. This one's called Stronger Together. Then you get smaller rectangles. So you get 2 different sizes of rectangles. You get one size of the squares, but I bet we're going to start seeing some bigger squares now that they have a new die cutter for the bigger squares, which you're seeing me sew on this Delilah I'm working on currently. And then there's rectangles and things like that. So this is all one kit. This is the large kit. They sell 3 different sizes of these kits. And so I can explain what you can do with the kit. I'm going to go get a couple of blocks and I'm going to show you something real quick. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back.
Thanks.
I have to go get a block. See, I'm trying to have a better understanding of the mechanics of blocks and stuff. So the Stitch It kit has been a great way for me to practice that just by designing on the fly. Or you can take what, like with cotton cuts, every box or subscription always comes with what you call a cotton cuts color challenge block. Let me find one. Oh, here's one. Okay. All right. So you get this block pattern here. You can take that Stitch It kit I just showed you and make that block. You don't even have to pay attention to these measurements down here. You know, you can see that it uses large triangles, or you can use medium triangles. Only thing you got to pay attention to is whatever size you decide for the half triangle here has to be the same size as what those squares are. So you can actually take a Stitch It kit, and this is what you can create from a Stitch It kit. You can create patch blocks.
Well, that's pretty.
So this is the rectangle here.
Right. Yeah.
Here. Yeah. You can, and this is actually a Stitch It kit that I have in progress right now that I've been messing with and playing with no pattern. And I've been doing my own thing with it. So here's the blocks I've created so far from this Stitch It kit. I'm going to lose this.
I'm sorry, sis.
No, don't apologize. There's this block.
Oh, I like that.
I created this block. Yeah, let's just take this out of the box because this is going to hit the floor. Okay, now let's do it this way. Okay, so anyway, there's this block.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the one where I was showing you with the larger triangles. And you use
That's
the rectangle.
neat. Right.
And sometimes you might have to modify a pre-cut block to fit. Like what I did here, I used the rectangles and I had to trim down a little bit so that it would be the finish, because this is one block. This
Right.
is one.
Right.
So I had to trim these down, like I think I took a ½ inch off of them to fit all 3 in a row so that they would fit with the half square triangle. I didn't trim the half square triangle down. I trimmed this part down before I sewed them together. So that's something else you can do.
Okay.
Here's another block.
That's neat.
And this block. And all this is just messing around with a Stitch It kit. And these blocks are probably about maybe 12 and a half, I think.
Yeah. They look at least 12.
Yeah, let me measure them. So the size of them come out to be around, yeah, 12. Well, no, this one's 13 looks like, which is interesting. Yeah,
But
this is
it's 13.
so this is 13
It's
square.
13 because you're still going to take some of that 13 off.
Yeah, when you sew them together. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So this is a way to, for those of us who don't want to use someone else's pattern, but we want to figure out how to practice making a design, this is the best way to go because they're already cut for you. All you got to do is sit down and play with it and see what you can come up with. And there's so many, oh my goodness, there's so many ways to use half triangles. It's crazy. And right now, as you can see, I've already made, let me see how many blocks have I made. I've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these 13-inch blocks. And then the 2, where did I put them? Oh, right here. And then I made 2 of these 4 patch blocks, but I'm not done with these actually, because I'm thinking about taking
Hi,
these.
June. Enjoy supper.
All right, enjoy your dinner. I'm thinking about taking these big triangles and sewing them on the sides. That's what I'm thinking about doing with that. Because I have plenty of these big triangles left that I could do that with. So yeah. So there's all kinds of ways you can just take the Stitch It kit and get really creative with it. And I have lots of pieces still left, because so by the time I finish playing with this, I go through spells of messing with it. I'll mess with it for, you know, like if I'm having a bad day, but I don't want to think about anything, you know, don't think about measuring, don't think about cutting or anything. I take these and I start laying them out. And when I find a design I like that looks like it'll work, I sew it. And by the end of this is also a great way to get out of a sewing funk. That's what I call it, a funk. Other people call it something else. You lose your mojo, you lose your sojo. This is a great way to get out of a sojo problem, because you're not thinking about anything.
Online. Kim is online and said, Myra, colorway is just a color scheme of blocks. Katie just showed you was a set of fabrics in a coordinating color scheme. Thanks, Kim. Sorry, Katie, I didn't mean to derail you.
It's okay.
But you know me, I'm going to ask the questions.
I'll put all this stuff away later. I need to get back to sewing. Okay. Thank you for explaining that, Kim. Okay, what I'm trying to watch my time. Yep, we're okay so far. We're 2 hours in. All right, let's see here. I've got all 3 sets of all 3 sets of these these flying geese. And I need to make sure I put those. Yep, that goes with that one. And then this one goes with this one. And we'll start with this first. And I'm just going to go back and put the other side on these triangles after I finger press them and stuff. And then we'll put it under the iron afterwards, because then we're going to be sewing all this together in one piece. This is a nice distraction from the accounting work I'm doing. Awesome. Thank you for coming. I appreciate that. Myra's talking in my head again, Katie. Haha, says Rita. You hear that, Myra? Oh, I need to turn the spotlight off too. Sorry.
Rita, can you not see me?
She can now. Sorry. I forgot to turn the I forget to turn the spotlight off. That's one of my hang-ups with lives. Kim, I did that for years as an accountant. Bookkeeper. Okay, we've got these done. So let's sew these first, because I don't want to get anything mixed up with something else.
Robin, Waldo, I've been called other things. Robin said, where's Waldo? I mean, Myra.
Oh, sorry. Someone should say, hey, you got the spotlight still on.
Well, because I don't realize that you do.
Yeah, I was spotlighting so everybody could see the Stitch It kit I was showing them. It makes the screen big so they all can see, especially those using
But
phones.
I see your spotlight always on my screen.
It's not on right now. It's just all of us.
No, but I see you.
I know. But what we mean is, so you don't see yourself?
Yeah, I'm okay. In the top, I'm in a little rectangle and you are in a rectangle with your mandala behind you. And then there is a rectangle that shows your keyboard and your hands.
Yeah.
But my big square is your face.
That's strange. I don't know what to say about that.
Huh? I don't think it's strange. I think it's lovely.
I discovered I could actually turn my screen off where I don't see myself. I didn't know you could do that on Zoom, but apparently you can reduce it where you can't see it at all. Okay, so I'm pinning these on here, and I'm going to go ahead. I'm doing one at a time. That way I don't mix these triangles and put them on the wrong spot, on the wrong one. So now I've pinned these together. That's done. So now we're going to pick up the next set and do the same thing. Finger press and then pin the other side on. Rita says, haha. Robin's laughing. Oh, by the way, before I forget, thank you to those of you who took the time to look at that picture I posted on the community tab and in my Facebook Greenland Quilter group of our town. Someone posted that picture, and it's a beautiful picture of our town. You can see everything about the town in it. And I realized, hey, I could see my house in that picture. So I wrote a thing for those who haven't seen it. I wrote a question that says, see if you can find my house. For those who've been paying attention to where I said I lived at, you should have no trouble finding it, especially since I put a J on the roof of our house.
No, you said the first letter of my last name. You didn't say it was a J.
Well, yeah, the last letter of my name. Sorry, I didn't. Dang it.
But I think everybody knows your
A lot of
last name.
people answered it, and I asked them to describe what houses were around it so that I know that they weren't just guessing.
I thought it was a beautiful picture too.
Yeah, if whoever took that picture, oh my gosh. That's
when it popped up on my feed, it was like, I know who put this up. I recognized the town immediately.
Yep. Someone used a drone to get the picture, and it's a really great picture.
I'm going to feel like I know not necessarily everybody, but I know all the houses when I finally get to come. Oh, I almost bought a pair of snow pants at Salvation Army today.
If you come in the summer, you are not going to need snow pants. You will die of heat if you do.
So says the woman.
Unless you're sensitive to cooler temperatures. Me, I would burn up wearing a parka in the middle of summer. I don't think so. No, thank you. I burn up in a parka sometimes in the winter. I do pay attention to people's surnames, says Rita. And Kim says, I'm ready to be done with it, Rita, if I could afford to not work. And Rita says, oh, wow, that AccuQuilt mat ironing thing turns. Wow, I did not know. What are you talking about?
She bought an AccuQuilt mat that on one side is a cutting board and on the other side it's a pressing board.
Oh, it's kind of like my Martelli. I need to write to Martelli. I keep forgetting to write to them, come to think of it. Write to them and ask them if they have have they corrected the problem about using the ironing part of their Lazy Susan setup, because I can smell the wood when I use the ironing on it. And that
I don't like that.
It triggers my asthma because of it.
Yes, I don't like that at all.
So someone suggested I write to them and see if they've got a fix for that they can send to me to fix that problem. I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to get some Tinsel Bright batting and another cotton and quilt it, or not exactly quilt to it, but sew it together and fasten it so it doesn't move around too much, and stick that up underneath between that cover of the top of the pressing pad and put it in between, and maybe maybe then I won't smell the heating up of that wood. Come on, behave yourself. What are you doing? Oh, he didn't like something I did, I guess. Uh-oh. I'm thinking I might have broke the thread. Oh, I did. Oops. I did. Something came off of something and I have to rethread the machine. Yep, when this is starting to happen, it's telling me, please clean me. All right, let me see what it did. Did it finish out this one before that happened? Yes, it did. Okay, let me rethread my machine because I broke the thread.
So Rita said, Kim, it was a bit different as I did it as a part of a company I owned. So it was a bit different working for myself than working for someone else. I did a lot of company audits. And Rita also said this one is 18 by 18.
That's a nice size.
Okay, I don't understand this. Rita says, you too, Orca away, put Orca back and it would help. Ha 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 ha.
He's talking about this, Myra.
Oh, gotcha. I wasn't looking up. Yes, there's Orca.
Nikolaj's bringing home some Velcro that has the sticky stuff on one side of it, on both sides of it. And so we can stick one on here, stick one on top of the sewing machine, and then it won't keep falling off. But yeah, that's the deal.
Kim says, ooh, audits. The company I work for has a few people that do only audits. Most of them are HOAs. I have no interest in those. Amen. I said amen. Rita said, I clean my machine about every 3 days from top to bottom. Under the bobbin case, it gets bad in there. That's so true.
Yeah, mine needs cleaning. I just haven't took the time to do it because what I want to do is, if I still haven't figured out exactly how to do, I want to take the bottom off my machine so y'all can see, but I got to figure out how I can strategically put 2 of these lights, because I'll have to do it on the dining table, and the camera in such a way that you can see what I'm doing, and I haven't figured that out yet. That's why I keep putting
Zaza
up.
just entered and says, hi, everyone.
Hey, Zaza.
Zaza, the inappropriate quilter. What a funny name. I love it.
How you doing, Zaza? Hey, did you see where I couldn't remember if you saw what I said about the company you recommended in the UK? What happened when I wrote to them the email and everything? I didn't know if you saw all that. I found an alternative place to buy thread in case tariffs become so bad I can't buy thread from the United States. And I'm getting close to needing and I also need hand quilting thread. And so this company that she recommended has a lot of different brands of it. They sell coats and arms, or coats thread, hand quilting thread. So I'm really tickled about that, because that means
awesome.
I can get some 40 weight from them. The only stipulation was because they had to set up Greenland being one of the countries, because it wasn't on their list. Because they didn't think, I guess no one's ever asked them to buy anything. They lived in Greenland, I guess. I don't know. But they definitely do not sell to the European Union, and they have stopped selling to the United States.
Oh, well.
Because of tariffs. They don't want their, yeah, they don't want the cost being pushed over to the consumer. It's hardly worth it. Okay, so here's what happens, Zaza. I went to their website and I looked around first, at what you suggested. And yes, they do have all different things that I can work with. And then I went to look at their shipping rules, and it said they don't ship to the European Union anymore. And we all know that's because they separated the UK separated themselves from the European Union. So they're no longer part of the EU. And so because of that, they no longer ship to the European Union. They also listed several countries they no longer ship to. Most of them were Middle Eastern stuff. And then I guess from the day that I looked, and I came back later and looked some more, they had added an additional one that they said they could no longer afford to ship to the United States due to tariffs. So that was added to it. And so I wrote an email because I couldn't find Greenland on the list. So I wrote to them and I explained my situation, where I live, and that Greenland is not part of the European Union as well. Denmark is, but Greenland is not. They separate it from the European Union because the European Union wanted full fishing rights, and the Greenlandic people said, "Oh, hell no!" So we're not part of the EU, and but we are part of NATO. So anyway, I explained all of it, and I said, "I noticed that Greenland's not on your list of countries to ship to." So she answered me like within about 4 or 5 hours of me sending that email, and she says, "Let me talk to my management and we'll see what we can do." And so the next morning I had an email waiting on me, and they told me that yes, they would sell to me, and they added Greenland to the list of countries that they can ship to. And then all she said was the only rule about ordering from them is I must spend at least $50 US. And I'm like, fine with me, because I will spend more than that probably. And so now I have an alternative place to buy thread from, because Denmark just doesn't have that kind of stuff. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't want to lose my ability to be able to sew, Myra. So I have to come up with another way of getting things.
Oh, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I could buy some Aurifil. I could buy Aurifil, for my machine from Fat Quarter Shop, Missouri Star, and Cotton Cut. But I'm waiting to see what kind of price jump we're going to see on thread, because it's being exported out of the United States, even though it's imported into the United States. Because Aurifil is actually made in Italy. Nora, you're going to have to wait, my little one. You've been quiet for a little while. She was sleeping on the bed. I left her on the bed. Yeah, I know. I hear you, baby girl. Hey, Vicky. Let me see here. Anyone else come in the last few minutes? All right. We're almost done with these flying geese. Do you hear her, Myra?
I do.
You know what she wants, right?
Can you
F-O-O.
laugh?
No, she wants F-O-O-D. It's that time of the night. You should have seen her eat that reindeer. It was hilarious. How about I give you an apple? Would that appease you for a few minutes? Let me be right back. I'm going to get an apple.
Does anybody else have a featherweight machine? So Rita does not. Oh, okay. So Zaza, I ordered from the featherweight shop the Nova's featherweight cards, you know, troubleshooting and all that. And it's making funny, no, it's not sewing as smooth as it was. So I'm going to use my maintenance card and I'm going to do some maintenance.
Rita says when she went to the store, she was looking at a brother that does embroidery and sewing. How much were they wanting for it, Rita? Let's see. She sounds so sad, haha. She's munching down on an apple right now, so that might appease her for now, maybe. If not, I'll have to go make her food. That's the only downside to feeding raw. You have to go and make it. You can't just leave kibble in a bowl. Or you can't treat it like kibble is what I mean. But she considers apples high value. She will, when I put apples in the bowl or I put blueberries in the bowl with all that meat and stuff, that's the first thing she eats first. I find that super interesting because you would think that the meat would outride fruit, but to her, she the meat, and the egg is the last thing she eats, so she doesn't value that at the top at all. She's going back in there looking for more apple. That is hilarious. But you put fish down there and that will take precedence, I think. Dogs love fish. These flying geese are going to be cool looking, I think, with the colors. Are you having trouble with the machine, Myra?
Well, it just started making some funny noises and I decided I haven't oiled it every single time like I'm supposed to. So I think I need to just stop where I'm at and do some maintenance.
Your machine is pretty. You're lucky to get one so pristine.
It is beautiful. So I don't like mushrooms, and Bill forgot and ordered cashew chicken for me the other night, but didn't tell him to leave off the mushrooms. So they did not leave off the mushrooms. So of course I picked all the mushrooms out and didn't know if my dog would eat them or not, but he did. He didn't love them. At first, he spit some of them out, but some of them he gobbled up. Like the button part, he gobbled up. But when it was cut flat, like in the shape of a mushroom, not so much.
We have mushrooms that grow wild here, and a lot of them are edible, but I don't know which ones, and I have to make sure Nora doesn't eat them because I don't know which ones are actually okay.
Right, right.
But she seems to know that she can eat them berries, both the blueberries and the Greenlandic berry. I'm always amazed at how the blueberries just survive around here. You try to grow them in Florida and you kill them.
Right.
You know what else grows in the wild here? Miniature azaleas.
Aw.
They're
Those
not
are,
they're not the same as the sim side, like what you see that you buy in a store. They
Right,
are
right.
actually made of azalea that grows here. I can't remember the second name. Rhododendron's the genus, but I can't remember the species name. But they use it to make Labrador tea with too. The flowers.
Yeah, yeah.
You are going to have to wait, okay? Mommy is trying to do something and I'm getting close to being finished. Okay, I'm going to lay this out so y'all can see how it's supposed to be sewn together. Let me get rid of my alphabetties. Okay. And I'm going to turn this camera around, the cell phone one, so you can see what I'm going to do. Let's see if I can knock it over. Okay, let me get this turned around. If you're sensitive to motion, I'm sorry. Okay, now I've got it turned around and I'm going to spotlight it, okay? So you can see what I'm doing. Where's the spot? Oh, there you are. Okay, all right. Now, I'll show you how this has to be laid out. So we're going to need, all right, F and B is at the top. No, F and D, which means that's this one. So this is the top of this. Then the next one that comes in line is B and E, which would be B and E. Then the next one is going to be, wait, so this is B, this is E. Then it's going to be B again with this one. So this is going to be quite a long block, looks like. And then we're back down to B.
Really pretty.
Then it's going to be E and F. Okay. Okay, so you have 4 of these flying geese. And that's what the block should look like. Make sure I have this on the right side. So this is E. Yep. And this one is F. So, yep, I got it on the right side. Okay, so I just need to I'll be sewing 2 of these together. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and put these on top of each other like this, so that I don't get confused. And then I'll start chain sewing. And what I'll do is I'll fold this one over to this, and then this one over to this one, and I'll sew both of these first, and then I'll do this. I'll repeat the same thing on the bottom half. Okay. All right, let's do this. And I'm going to make sure that my center seam line on both these blocks line up properly as well. And we also have to watch out, because we have a point here that you don't want to chop off when you're sewing these together. Oh, I'm not going to have to worry about matching a seam here. Cool. So this one, I'm not going to need to match the center seam with anything, because there's that big triangle on the other side. Okay, just got to pin it. Make sure everything lines up properly. Okay. Rita says she loves portobello mushrooms, but then again, I use them with dog food I make. What all do you put in the dog food you make? You know, used to be when you'd mentioned feeding your dog raw food, people used to go crazy about it. Now it's like everybody's got used to people feeding alternative ways for their, doing alternative feedings for their dogs. But back when it was so close-minded, veterinarians are still close-minded about it. Oh, let me turn the camera back off. There we go. Now we're back to this where you can see Myra too. What is everybody having for dinner tonight? Or if you've already eaten, what did you have for dinner?
Asparagus, baked potato, and meat on the grill.
What kind of meat?
Steak.
Steak?
Yep.
Yummy. Well, I told Nikolaj, I said, when you get home, we got to get fuel for our grill because I am missing that using that grill. So I like to cook steak on it all the time and chicken on it all the time. And I have some lamb in the freezer. I think we got enough to make a meal out of the little lamb chops. I want to marinate them and then grill them on the grill because they're so good when you do it like that. So yummy. Vicky says kielbasa, fried taters, and carrots. That sounds yummy. I miss kielbasa. What? I am not going to accommodate you right this minute, little one. Oh, stop. I'm almost done, okay? And then I'll feed you. Oh, let me move my board out of the way where you can see her. Since I've got the camera turned around. See her wagging her tail?
Yes.
It's weird. The camera has trouble with all that black skin of hers. Because the carpet's too dark. Where's your ball? Go find your ball. Go find your ball. Go find your ball. Where's your ball? Go on, go find your ball. Yeah, I know, baby. But you're going to have to be just a little bit patient. I know patience is not one of your virtues. I hear you. Oh, darn. I forgot one. Oh, no. That's okay. It's all good. My dog hears her barking laugh out loud. Shh. I hope this is not annoying anyone. Let me see here. Zaza says I have breaded mushrooms, onion rings, chicken, and spring rolls. Weird mixture of, oh, that sounds tasty though. I love spring rolls. My friends are coming back from Thailand. Torben is married to a lady from Thailand, and he's a Greenlander. She makes the best spring rolls. Oh my God. Every time I go to her house, it's like, are you gonna make some spring rolls? And she says, I already got that in the plans. Because I know how much you love them. Yeah, Miss Whiny Bud, I hear you. And I'm getting closer. Myra, I'm gonna have to go give her food. So when I keep an eye out for me.
All right. Cynthia said, hi, Katie. Tried to get on here yesterday to wish you a happy birthday, but couldn't break away from prior commitments when you were on. Just missed you every time.
It's okay. Thank you for trying. And
So
Cynthia,
happy belated birthday.
thank you for the birthday wishes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go feed her.
Yeah, they don't know their dogs. They think they're family because they are family.
I never seen one dog get as excited about food as you do. Bed. Go on, get on your bed. Go on. Wait. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Cynthia, that's funny. Okay. We're going to have to realign this again because I got out of the order of it. All right. I'm right on this. You're still trying to figure out your machine?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. There's just a whole lot of places. There's oil and there's lubricant. This is lubricant. Looks like grease. And then this is the oil. And so oil goes in certain places, like 40 places, and lubricant goes in other.
Oh, so two different things you have to deal with then.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yep. Yep. The ladies at the featherweight group that I went to one time said every single time they turn on their machine, they put oil in 2 holes, and I don't remember what holes those were. So
Probably one of them has to do with the bobbin, right?
don't know.
Did anyone say whether they had a featherweight in the channel?
Yes, I think it was Rita that does.
She might be able to answer that question for you. there'll just be a little bit of a delay when she answers you.
Yeah, Rita said grease goes on the gears. But it also, the grease lubricant also goes in the motor, not
Oh,
oil, grease.
so there must be metal moving parts inside of the motor part too then.
Yeah, the whole thing is metal. It's beautifully metal. I love it. Everybody's saying about their animals, you know, that they're family.
Yep. I can't imagine life without a dog. I just can't. I've had them my whole life, either because my parents had them or when I reached adulthood, I had them. And if I thought
So,
that I, if I thought I
excuse
could
me.
go, if I thought I could go to a smaller Dachshund without it being hard on the dog, I would do that. But I think the winter months are just harsh here.
Zaza and Rita have featherweights.
So they would probably know all the ins and outs of oiling and greasing then. There's another follower that follows my channel, but she also has her own channel. Is she called her channel is called So Terry. She renovates featherweights, even to the point of repainting them too.
It's awesome.
She knows a lot about them too. I love this community because there's so many people that know so many different things about so many different machines and quilted, quilt skills and all that kind of stuff,
You know, sewers are a beautiful sisterhood and brotherhood. When I went to Quilted Twins the other day last week, there were 9 women there, 7 of them from Georgia and 2 from other places in Florida that knew the other 7.
Uh-huh.
And they offhandedly invited me to lunch, and I've told you, that they should never offhandedly, because I don't meet a stranger. So I went to lunch with them, but it was just like being with old friends, you know? It just was so pleasant and so nice. I mean, nobody talked politics. They did pray before the meal, but that doesn't bother me. So, but it just was lovely. Just a nice group of human beings with the same, hobby and passions, I guess you'd say.
Yep.
Rita says, Vicki, I have a California king bed and get a tiny corner. The rest is 4 dogs and 3 cats. They even take my pillows and blankets. Yeah, Cynthia says, I appreciate the veteran sewers. I'm learning a lot. Amen, amen. And Rita's telling me about more holes under it, one by the motor and the other right next to the big wheel. Vicky said, our little Chihuahua sleeps with us since we got him. He lets us sleep with him in our bed. I love that.
I want to build a little bed for Nora that's up off the floor to put in our bedroom next to the bed. So that
Rita
she,
says the Mastiff sleeps upstairs with his dad. The Mastiff, oh, they're huge.
yeah, I can't even imagine. Those dogs are big.
Cynthia, I agree. I'm learning so much, and I'm slowly but surely overcoming my fear of cutting. It's so silly, but it's so real. I see all this fabric, and in my mind, I know what I can do, but in my heart, I know what I can do, but in my mind, I know it's math. And so that just makes me freeze, as evidenced by the fact that I made 3 different sets of those orange blocks, because the first one was wonkier than anything. And I forgot to iron in a certain way so that my seams would lay nicely. And it doesn't matter for what I'm doing, but I need to learn good habits from the get-go, I think. So where are we, Kathy? Katie, where are we?
You mean on this block?
Yeah.
I'm almost done with sewing this second part of the clue.
Awesome.
Being finished with this part of it. And then the whole clue itself will be all done for this particular part of it.
Oh, Kim says she got a featherweight before Christmas, but hasn't used it yet. The person I purchased it from is a refurbisher, so it had all its grease and oil when she got it. Do I need to oil it before I use it, since it's been 4 months since it was last used? I would ask the person you got it from. My thought is no, but I would ask the person you got it from. And Vicky just subscribed to Rita's channel.
Oh,
Kim,
good.
I inherited my dad's Janome 6500 professional, whatever, that is evidently a nice machine per Katie. And I have enjoyed using it. But you know what? Since I've got this featherweight that only sews straight stitches, mind you, I've done nothing but sew on the featherweight. I love how solid it is, how tiny it is. I don't know, it just makes me feel good, even though the other one was my dad's, and that of course made me feel good too. But oh, so Rita says the Mastiff is still small. He has another 3 years of growing. He only weighs, a week ago, only 185.
Oh my God. That is big.
He's only supposed to be about 150. I keep telling him I'm getting a saddle for him. My dogs don't sleep in the bedrooms. I'm too allergic to have them in my bedroom, says Zaza. My husband won't let my dog sleep in bed with us, but the cat can. Vicky and Rita say hello to each other. Cynthia says, my biggest challenge is being okay with the less than perfect results. Boy, can I hear you and resonate with that. But perfection is of God and I ain't him. So I have to just breathe and let it go. Rita says her featherweight, she doesn't use it now because it's very old and not using it anymore. Zaza says, look at Lori Holt. She does all her sewing on her featherweight. So I didn't realize that. Kim says she's planning to use it either tonight or tomorrow night. Tax season is crazy and she needs some sewing time. So Kim, did someone replace your light bulb with LED lights? And if they did not, you need to ask. There I go, being my mother. You need to. Okay, I'm not going to be my mother. Kim, if no one did, you might want to think about asking someone to do it or doing it yourself, because The regular light bulbs will burn your wrist in a heartbeat after holding your hand up near the sewing machine, but the LEDs don't. Rita says, I figure this way, the dogs and the cats live here and they all have a job. Dog's job is carpet laying. Cat's job is supervising dogs in their carpet laying jobs. That's funny.
Okay, I have finished the second half of the clue. So here's what it looks like. And then I'll lay it on the design board too, so you can see both the clues together. Yeah, okay. Let's see, you can see the whole thing. All right, so we'll put one of those over here. And this is the conclusion to clue 3. And there you go. That's the 2 pieces. Now I just need to put a label on the second half because that's important.
Okay, do you want to switch it so we can see it? Maybe you did and I am just not seeing.
So this, let me move this one aside. So this is clue 2 right here. Not clue 2, it's clue 3B. This is what I was working on. So I had to make 2 of these. And I just need to label them now.
But you don't know where they're going?
Nope, not until we get the finale, clue 10 portion of this.
How many clues have you received?
I think they're up to clue, they're fixing to release clue 9 into the mail. I'm behind because the mail system's trapped, all of my stuff's trapped somewhere. This, see, like this is clue 3. I haven't done clue 2 because I don't have clue 2. It got lost, so they're having to send me another one.
Aww.
And that's what I love about Cotton Cuts. They honor even when that stuff gets lost once it leaves their store.
That's so sweet.
Yep, they have always been this way. Fat Quarter Shop does the same thing, and so does Missouri Star. They will replace it if it doesn't get to its destination. They can't afford to lose business because they don't follow through on it, you know?
For sure.
So what I've done is I have this little, it's interesting, this roll of tape. Let me show you this tape. This tape came in the Cotton Cuts, and I guess I've been talking a lot about Cotton Cuts today. One of the Christmas box, one of the Advent boxes was Rosa's Notions Your Way Advent box. So it came with different things in it. And it came with this roll of tape that says Cat M Fabric ID tape. It organizes and quickly identifies fabrics in your stash. It's a 30 meter roll, which equals to 250 sticky fill-in tabs. It's fabric-friendly masking tape. You can record the most essential information like fiber content, width, length of fabric, where it was sourced from, pre-washed, yes or no, plus a section for notes. And you can use a pencil, ballpoint pen, permanent marker to fill in the details and stick onto an inconspicuous area or a corner or selvage edge. And the tape looks like this. So it has all the stuff you can put in. What I've been using it for, though, is I'm using it to put labels on my clues.
And I think that's awesome.
So this is the finished clue 3 of Wild West Delilah. Super happy. This blocks, I think this block, I'm thinking that this quilt is going to look like a maybe it either is going to be a row to row kind of thing or something, I bet, because this was, I didn't expect that. So, yep. All right, so I'm all done with that, and I'll be putting it away along with its clue. I have a box that I'm keeping it in. I'll show you what I'm saving it in. What I do with the box. have these plastic boxes. I have this style, and I also have the like the turquoise and the pink kind that Fat Quarter Shop sells. But so I have quite a few of those. But these came from I want to say I bought 2 of them from Hobby Lobby and brought them home with me on the airplane. But I'll store all of my stuff in this box. So let me unspotlight myself. Okay. And I got everything together. This is everything that has to do with Wild West is in here, including I bought 3 oops kits. I'll show you what an oops kit is. When you're signing up for these sew-alongs, you can actually order oops kits, and it's of all your colors in your colorway. And like if you have like with me, I live overseas, and I might be short a triangle. Maybe there wasn't a triangle, or maybe a triangle was missing in the kit. Instead of waiting for weeks for me to get a replacement, I could cut the triangle from this fabric. Now, I have several different oops kits now, but the quilts are not finished all the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make blocks that'll go on the back of the quilt out of this. And they'll go on the back of the quilt. Let me put my, yeah. So we're all done with this. I actually finished a clue for a change. All right. Okay. So I just want to say thank you for coming to the live tonight. Don't forget tomorrow night is a live again. And I'm going to be working on my magnolia and my star climber. So I might do like two or three blocks of the magnolia, but I'm also going to migrate to working on star climber as well, because Sean and I's sew together for star climber has been pushed back a week, and it'll be my turn to do the live, and that'll be on a Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll tell you what the date is going to be of that. So let me give you an update of what's going on this week. All right, tomorrow will be Star Climber and Magnolia. And this Saturday, because we have 5 weeks in this month, I'm going to go ahead and just carry on what I'm working on from Friday to Saturday. And then April, the 3rd will be the Scrappy block again. So, okay. If you have not voted on what block for the next scrap, no, that's not it. That's Friday, sorry. So we're doing a Scrappy block Thursday. Then we're doing the 1000 block. Yes, please go vote if you've not done that already. Then I'll be working on the Tulip Pink. But then Sunday, April 6th is me and Sean are supposed to be. That has now been moved to, I think I moved it to the 20th because I have Danny on the 13th. I need to make sure of that with Sean, but because it's my turn to do the live. So I'll get back with you on that. So thank you for coming tonight or this afternoon, your time. Have a nice night. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with all that? You create something beautiful. See y'all. Oh, wait, one thing. Oops, I almost forgot. The poll. Oh, I almost forgot. I always forget about the poll. The question was, which do you prefer sewing the most? Die cut pieces to create with, pre-cuts that you can cut in piece, cutting pieces from yardage. And then I added a 4th option where it was all of them. 4% said die cut pieces to create with, 10% said pre-cuts that you can cut in piece, 26% said cutting pieces from yardage, and 60% said all of them. Thank you for voting on the poll, and that was out of 50 votes. Excellent. So thank you again. Y'all have a great night, and I'll see you on the next live. Good night, everyone.
Bye, sis. Love you bunches.
Love you too. The Zoom will still be up if you want to talk a bit.
Okay, thanks.
Just have to end the stream.
Yeah, that's grand.
Alrighty. We are now off, and I need to take a picture of the stats.